you know, more than the gun typically. And they go bad, so you can only use them so many times. Yeah, you can use an oil filter, water bottles work. There's a bunch of different ways you can do it. The potato method, too, that apparently works. I think Black Ops 6 gameplay-wise is Treyarch's best game in a very long time, but that's not really saying much. Because the maps fucking suck, so, you know, I don't know, man. I like the core gameplay of Black Ops 6. I like the time to kill. I think that's good, but the maps fucking blow. The campaign was absolute garbage, and zombies is literally a fucking Warzone mod. So, fun times, bro. Like, fucking body armor zombies and mini-bosses. Like, bruh, I don't know, dude. I'm so fucking sick of these fucking games just sucking the Warzone teat and refusing to delatch from it. Yeah, the maps are really bad. And the problem is, too, is it only seems like the shitty ones get put into rotation as well. Like, that fucking shopping center one is awful. The fucking snow map is awful. I can't even get the snow to render properly. My entire, you know, map turns black as you run close to it. I don't know, bro. That one map in the desert with the satellite dish is fucking garbage. Nuketown I've never liked, so I'll die on that hill. There's a few maps that aren't bad, but none of them are really good. I like the train yard one. I think that's fun. I like that map personally. That's a good map. Also, that one map that looks kind of like similar to the Black Ops 2 estate map. That one's pretty decent too, with like the underground tunnel and shit. That one's decent. Silencers aren't a scam, just depends on the gun and caliber you use. Well, they're a scam because of all the fucking regulations surrounding them that makes them just unnecessarily expensive. You have to get like a special license to even buy one. There's more regulations surrounding a fucking silencer than an actual gun. It's retarded. You need a license? Yep. You need a license. Just like you need a license to buy a full auto as well. Which is fucking gay, man. I would love to have a full auto gun. Like, get me a fucking AA-12, bro. That shit would be badass. I don't even want an AR that's full auto. I want a full auto shotgun. That'd be way more fun. The AA-12s, like, would be fucking sick to have. Plus, the ammo's a lot cheaper, too. Does VA require... you just need to show your driver's license. Like, you just need to bring an ID. That's it. And they do, like, a quick little background check just to make sure you're not a felon, which takes, like, 5 minutes. Yeah, literally all I did was when I bought my 44 Magnum, I bought it online. You get it sent to a one of the like licensed dealers or whatever. You can't get it shipped to your house, so you have to go pick it up. All they did was look at my license, make sure, you know, that the address matched on like the state record to where I declared my address, and then they're like, all right, here you go. And then you pay like the $20 fee or whatever for them to, you know, process it. What model? Here, I'll just pull it up. It's a big boy. It's nice that people have posted like real, you know, images of this gun, because it does it way more justice than the stock photos. It's fucking badass, bro. I love this gun. I think it was like 1,800 bucks too, so it's not cheap. That's what it looks like. But here's like a image of someone holding it, just for size. So it's a big old beefy boy, man. But you can take the weights out of the underbarrel if you want. It's the Smith & Wesson 629 Competitor is what it's called. The 629 Competitor. Yeah, I've got like hollow points for it. I have bare rounds for it. Then I have just like regular rounds too, but yeah, it's pretty sweet. The problem is it's like, you know, $100, close to it for a box of ammo at times. So. But yeah, the next gun I want to get is this. I want one of these. Hold on, let me see if I can find a good picture. Damn, I can't find a single good picture of it. Alright, I guess I'll just use a stock photo. I want this and then a KSG shotgun. But yeah, it's the Smith & Wesson 500. But yeah, the shotgun I want is called the KSG 25 because it holds 25 shells. This is only like 800 bucks. It's pretty cheap. This one's pretty cheap actually. It's only 800 bucks. But yeah, it holds 25 shells. And it has 2 separate tubes, so you can put, like, you know, buckshot in one, a slug in the other, whatever you want. And you can, like, flip a switch and then change at any time. It's pretty neat. But yeah, those are the guns I want to buy at some point. I just don't have anywhere to put more guns right now is the problem, so I already have my 2 shotguns, and then I have my 2 pistols, and then also like a little 22 like rifle thingy. But yeah, I don't have anywhere to put them, that's the problem. So I don't want to be like just armed to the fucking teeth in a tiny ass little apartment. Where's my AR? My parents have it. They have like a big ass gun safe, so it's with them. Schizo Griffin preparing, yeah, no. I don't know, I like cool guns, but I'm not like a fucking gun freak or anything like that where it's like, I need 800. I just like, if I see something cool that's like, you know, something I'd actually want, then I'll buy it, but I'm not like one of those people where it's like, I need to prep, dude. That's not me. I just think, like, I personally like, you know, the big-ass revolvers. I think they're cool. AR-15s are 100% legal in Virginia. That's like, dude, they have a big-ass gun show in my area every year at the, I think the Dulles Convention Center is what it's called. By the airport, and yeah, they like 90% of the booths have AR-15s, so they're definitely legal. Yeah, I don't get the people who have like 800 fucking guns and they don't shoot any of them. They just let them sit there. That's just hoarding at that point. Plus they take up so much damn room too. Nah, I don't really like the Xbots 12 personally. Nah, it's not really that good of an investment to have that many guns, because most guns don't hold their value. Or go up in value. You have to typically sell your gun for a massive discount from what you paid for it. Bro, this song is peak. I started levitating when I heard it finishing the game for the first time at 3 in the morning. Yeah, it's fucking... Dude, the whole ending sequence of the game is so good. The whole ending sequence of Rebirth is so fucking good. Rebirth is woke. Claus, you're woke. You're brown, bro. If Rebirth is woke because of brown people, then your ass is fucking brown. So, you're woke. From head to fucking toe. You're the definition of woke, then. If all it takes to be woke is to have brown people in the game, then your ass is the definition of woke. You're a woke man walking on Earth. Black people ruin everything. Why do they exist? Oh, speaking of that, I saw this video. Y'all think it's funny. This shit's fucking crazy, dude. The question is what's more valuable, the woman or the window? You'll have to let me know. But here, I'll pull it up real quick. The question is, what's more valuable in the situation, the woman or the window? Keep that in mind. All right, here we go. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go with the window, man. Dude, the thing is, it's crazy. It's like, bro, like, just everyone in that video, just literal scum. Literal fucking scum, bro. Why do black people wear those loose pants? It's so they can get raped in the ass easier in prison. But remember, guys, all cultures are equal, right? All people have equal value. Yeah, we were robbed of a scientist that day, man. Oh, I saw that on Twitter. Oski Woski with the 2 kind of looks like Brit with blackface. Yeah, might as well be. Brit's probably a fake blonde too. Wearing a weave or some shit. Where's my white guilt, Griffin? I probably just flushed it down the toilet with the other shits I'm supposed to give. Dude, that shit's fucking sad, honestly. It's just like pitiful. Absolutely fucking pitiful.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
And Tim Marco, the 279, we were robbed of the next MIT genius right there. That's alright, bro. Like, literally, the cure for cancer was only weeks away, and we had it slip from our fingertips. What a waste. Griffin isn't a white man for Harris? No, I have a functioning penis. Who to support in Skyrim, Imperial, or Stormcloaks? I did Imperials, personally. Griffin isn't white, he's Jewish? I wish, man. I would thrive under that community. Bamaham Young with the 5. I don't know how they're able to match the ending of Rebirth in Part 3. Zack and Cloud gonna have to band. Wait. Zack and Cloud going band for band with Sephiroth is gonna be hard to top. Yeah. I mean, obviously Sephiroth's final form is gonna be really fucking sick in this game, so that will definitely help, but I don't know. It's gonna be cool to see. I think Cloud is going to be the one who actually summons the meteor this time around, though. So that'll kind of be the twist, I think, because they've already hinted at that multiple times.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
I can't afford this shit!
Let's see. So Genocide King Revive with the 2. The category is people who annoy you. Oh, I could say something, but I won't. Claws Mystery. There we go. But that's not what the first thought was. Should play Avatar to restore your white guilt. That's right. Betray my species for a fucking cat creature thing. I already bought it again. It's right here. See? Added 2 things to their library on December 12th. So I already bought it like a month ago. Of course you bought it again? Of course I did. Nah, Cloud won't die at the end of Final Fantasy VII Part 3 because the whole theme of 7 is identity, and like basically the entire, you know, storyline of Final Fantasy VII is Cloud actually figuring out who he is. So the whole theme is Cloud finally gets to live now that he's free of Sephiroth, essentially. So that'll be the thing, is they're not going to kill Cloud off. Because, like, it's the whole plot line is that he never truly lived because the whole time he didn't even know who the fuck he was. Remake equals bomb trilogy, not even gonna reach 1 billion sales. I don't think it will either. But fingers crossed, man. Cloud accepted himself as a soy boy twink. Nah, he accepted himself as the #1 Aerith simp, bro. Which is based. I still think that's fucking funny as shit, bro. When Synthetic Man raged about the Advent Children movie during his review of Rebirth. Because Cloud didn't get with Tifa. That shit was funny as fuck. I'm gonna floss dance on Rebirth's grave. Well, you'll probably floss dance anyway, Claus, because you're a Fortnite kid. I have a PS5 now, so I can play Final Fantasy VII Remake. I think the double pack's on sale right now if you want to buy Rebirth and Remake. well worth. I think it's like 40 bucks or something. Even if it snows, Griffin has to work. Yeah, exactly. I fucking hate the snow. If snow doesn't get you a day off, it's worthless. Absolutely fucking worthless. But we'll see. I don't know. I'm hoping I don't lose power. That's the big thing. Yeah, I don't know how cold it is. 28, it says. It's supposed to start snowing, I think, at 2 a.m. where I am. I did, like, some cooking and shit tonight in preparation, just in case. So, I got, like, a ham cooked, some ground beef and stuff, like some vegetables and all that type of crap, because, you know, worst case is I'll have to eat that if it gets, we get a power outage. Griffin, did you see Zelensky interview with Lex Friedman? Next is Russia if they don't arrest. I don't know what you mean by they don't arrest him. But no, I did not. I don't like Lex Friedman. I think he's boring, personally. Claus, why are you upset about Red 13's voice change? Why is that a pressing issue in your mind? Why is that like a pressing issue in your mind that you need to dwell on? You know, the fact that Red 13's voice becomes like a child later on. Because you hate it? Why? You don't care about the game, bro. It's woke. Why are you worried about a woke game? Do you know what I don't constantly do? I don't constantly sit here and bitch about Suicide Squad. That's a woke game. I played it and moved on with my life. You babysat your friend's baby? Oh, Brett, that's how you know you're getting old. Your friends are getting married and having kids while you're just, you know, rotting away at home. All alone. Years going by, day by day. Not alone hazard cats. That's right. Yeah, Claus is spurging out tonight. I don't know why.
Please, touch some grass.
Claus is such a degen. He's very obsessed with Rebirth, man. He talks about it more than me. Hopefully you'll be married in 2 years. Well, don't try to force yourself into a wedding, bro. Make sure you find the right person first. That's way more important than the timeline. The quality of lady that you marry is way more important than like 2 years or whatever. No forcing, I've got things planned out with a wonderful woman. Well, that's good, man. Rebirth was a good game, but it was a bit too corny that they took it down. But the music brought it up. Yeah, I have to go back to work tomorrow. Fun. I can't wait to have my morning team sync, dude. Go work in the mines. It's tempting. Yeah, but I still have to join like Teams calls and shit on fucking my computer, which sucks. My job requires me to do like absolutely nothing in terms of collaborating with people, but unfortunately I still have to join like a morning call every morning and, you know, tell everybody what I'm working on and what I did yesterday. It's like so fucking retarded, man. It's like literally I could just do my own fucking thing and not even have to check in. But, yeah. I don't want to conversate, bro. Just leave me alone. That's why every day I just say, yeah, no updates. That's it. That's my contribution. And then I say thanks when everybody hangs up. You got double time for Christmas Eve and day? That's nice, man. That's some bot shit. Dude, I don't care. Like, I'm there to do my job. I fucking hate the fucking bullshit. Like, oh, let me check in and make sure everybody's doing their job. It's like, unless there's a fucking complaint, you know, why are you worried about it? That shit's so irritating. I don't know, bro. It's like, what are we, in high school? It's one thing if you're actively collaborating with people. Like if you're collaborating on a project or something, that makes sense. But my task is like solo. That's it. I'm the only person that does it. So it's like, why do I even need to fucking meet with y'all? He's not friends with the fuckers at this gym. No, I'm not, bro. I'm not there to make friends, so. I don't have anything in common with anybody who works on my project, so. They might like Rebirth. I guess we'll never know. Nah, they always talk about like vacations and sports and that type of stuff, so I don't know. They're probably too normie to like, you know, peak entertainment like Rebirth.
Conversion field operational.
But yeah, I hate that bullshit, like, morning check-in crap. It's such a waste of time. It's like, please tell me I'm doing a good job. It's like the most retarded shit, bro. It's like the people who need to get their work constantly checked and rechecked and reviewed and proof. It's like, dude, just fucking do it. Like, I don't know, man. Do your fucking job. Nobody else needs to pat you on the back and go, good job, you did it right. It's like, bruh. I'm probably gonna start looking for a new job soon, possibly. I was mainly just waiting till the holiday season's over, so probably soon I'll start looking. But yeah, I mean, worst case is I'll just stay on my current project and then at my current company, but ideally I'll be able to switch companies and then make more money.
Fatality reported. Iron Halo protocol in progress. Brother killed in action. Raleigh point updated.
Just get a government job. I don't really want to. You don't get paid enough to work for the government. You have to put in a ton of time before you can actually make a good amount of money. Yeah, that's the thing, is like literally I deal directly with the client for what I do, and literally they have nothing but glowing praise to say about like the job I do. And there's never been a single issue, but still I have to sign in every. I did this yesterday, and today I'm doing this. It's like so fucking retarded, man.
Iron Halo protocol in progress.
Will break my spirit? I have no spirit. There's nothing left to break.
Enhanced tactic ready. Raleigh point updated.
Yeah, I view a job as purely a utilitarian like viewpoint. Like, I don't fucking care about it. I'm there to get paid and do what I'm supposed to do, and then once that's done, I don't fucking care. Like, I'm not there to make friends. I'm not there to, you know, create a network of colleagues that I hang out with after work and all that type of shit. I don't do any of the fucking shitty ass, like, company events or any of that type of stuff. Like, I'm literally just there, do my job, collect the paycheck, and then fuck off. So... they do like happy hours and stuff like that, or a work from, because like the way my company's set up is they have like an office, but nobody works in it on a daily basis. So like you can rent the office space kind of on a day-by-day basis to like work out of the office if you need to like have a space for like meetings or whatever.
Refilling magazines.
And yeah, they'll do like events there where it's like everybody's supposed to come in person and meet, and like, no thanks. Happy hour with the, yeah. They'll do it at like, you know, fucking bars or whatever in the area. I don't go because I don't like bars.
Raleigh point updated.
No, they can't make you go to that.
And Astartes is dead.
How else are you gonna find your girlfriend? Dude, I'm not finding a girlfriend at the company I work at. That's a terrible idea. A Christmas... I think they do like a holiday party because Christmas is too offensive. But, yeah, I don't go to that. Bro, if they want me to do something outside of work hours, then pay me for it. Otherwise, no thanks. I don't consider standing in a room with mid-food and drinks to be worth my time. But hey, to each their own. Do my coworker? Nope, because none of my coworkers on my project live in the area, so it would just be like literal randoms. So like the people who work on my project all live in different states. So yeah. They wouldn't even be going anyway, so literally I would just be going with a bunch of random people at the company, so it's like, eh. No thanks. Plus the parking at that office is like, I think it's like $8 for the first hour, so it's like, yeah, fuck that too. No. The boomers at my job love gatherings. They're always trying to plan shit, and I can barely stand. Yeah, I just like, I don't want to go hang out with a bunch of people who work at my company. Like, no thanks. I don't enjoy that. I already hate talking about work when I'm at work. I don't want to do it out like as like after hours or outside of it. Finding a GF is not possible for an average man. It definitely is possible, but you know, in today's modern dating landscape, you got to accept the majority of women are whales now, which fucking sucks. My first project I was on did have the mandatory fun day thing, which was like, eh. Yeah, I don't waste time on dating apps either, man. Not worth it. Eventually I might, but for now, it's like literally the last thing I'd want to do. Griffin's gonna be like those TikTok girls bragging about their tech job. Nah. Oh my god, I work at Google. Here's a day in my life. I get to the office at 10:15 and I go straight to the break room to get a whatever the fuck. What's some bitch drink? I don't even know fucking coffee drinks out of the brand new machine. And then I go to a relaxation pod and check my emails for the next hour. After that, it's time for lunch. And we go to the fucking... I don't fucking know, bro. Like, those bitches, like, literally are at adult daycare. That's why Amazon fired, you know, 30,000 managers or whatever it was, or 13,000. I don't remember the number, but it was like some massive number. And it's like, yeah, those are all the bitches that got canned.
Bring order to the chapter, brothers.
Well, dude, I get paid over 100K a year to look at Excel sheets all day, pretty much, so you'd be surprised how much money you can make doing a simple task in an office job. Thank God they canned the tech bubble. Dude, that shit was crazy. Like, the adult daycare center meme was unironically one of the most truthful things ever. Like, those jobs are 100% fake. My degree is in finance, and then I have a master's in data analytics. Or data science, whatever you want to classify it as. Yo, I didn't know you could do that. Vertanga Plays is going to have an Xbox fanboy on his live stream tomorrow. So he's doing a solo stream. Masters, how long? Just under 5 years. I did my master's degree in 9 months instead of 18, so.
Fatality reported.
Did I do anything in college besides study? Yeah, made a YouTube channel. Or I guess not made, but worked on my YouTube channel.
Rally point updated.
Griffin doesn't have any crazy college. No, I really don't. I don't have any. Unless you count staying up for like 2 to 3 days at a time working on shit as crazy, but not really. No, I didn't really do anything that exciting in college.
Redeploy for combat. Reporting permission. Iron Halo online.
Used to go to college parties. but never went to college. There's probably a large number of people that do that shit. There's not really a vetting system for who gets in or not, but yeah.
Restores to combat readiness.
Yeah, I didn't really care. Dude, honestly, I don't really feel like anything has changed that much since I've been in college, because, you know, college I maybe would have to do stuff for like an hour or two a day, like in person, like class-wise. And then it was just me like sitting in my place, either studying, working on assignments, or then working on YouTube videos. So it's kind of like, you know, not really much has changed on that front. You know, I work from home, remote, on my computer. I go out for like, you know, a few hours a day to walk my dog and go to the gym. And then I come back and just stream. So really not much has changed in my daily life since college. So I don't really feel like a great difference has occurred since I've been in or out of college. So.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Reporting permission.
I was a loner in college, just like work. I wasn't a loner in college my first like year and a half, but once I started making decent money on YouTube, I was like, yeah, fuck that shit. And I stopped hanging out with people. I stopped going to like the parties and shit. I stopped doing stuff after class and all that type of stuff. So I was like, oh shit, I can make some monies. So that was priority number one.
Decimate them. Restores to combat ready. I am here ready.
Mario, RPG, and Final Fantasy are the best RPG music, hands down. I've never played Mario RPG. But, I mean, it was made by Square Enix, so it's probably good.
Fragmentation device in play.
Money changed you? Not really. It's just always been my priority in life to be successful versus social. Let's see. Jesus with the 5. What do you use to have your PS5 audio go through your PC headphones? I'm trying to listen to both. I don't. I have a pair of headphones that plugs directly into my monitor, so I don't have that functionality at all. I have to either have my pair of headphones on for the consoles or my pair of headphones on for my PC. Sack chaser. Yeah, that is pretty nasty. Dude, look, that guy's name is Poop Butt Fart 69. Oh my god, bro. Ha 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 ha. Peak comedy, something like that, right? My issue was I got through most of my undergrad during lockdown. Yeah, multiplayer FPS games are kind of dead right now. Multiplayer games genuinely kind of suck at the moment. I mean, at the best that multiplayer shooters have to offer is fucking Marvel, you know it's bad. If that fucking shitty Marvel Overwatch clone is the most exciting thing to happen in online multiplayer in years, that's a pretty bad sign of the state of the genre. Gaming as a whole just fucking sucks now, man. There's hardly anything to look forward to anymore. But that's pretty much every facet of life nowadays, especially entertainment. If Rivals was the exact same thing with Final Fantasy instead of Marvel, you'd love it? Not really. There's literally a game called Final Fantasy Dissidia or whatever the fuck, and I don't like that at all. It's kind of similar, but not exactly the same. So, wrong. I don't like hero shooters that much. The only one I ever really liked was Overwatch, and they ruined that one. So... Let's see, Jesus with the 13 months. I just hate people, so college parties ain't for... Yeah, fair enough, bro.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
I can't afford this shit!
Hopium Gardener with the 5. It's sad when you think about it, because if this was the PS2 era, we'd already have classics to play. The PS5 has no class. Yeah, it's just, you know, the best games are, you know... I mean, we've gotten, like, some decent stuff, but decent is the key word. It's not, like, fucking god tier, you know, a timeless classic title. We've gotten good games, but that's about it. I would say Rebirth is up there as one of my personal favorite games that I've played, but it just depends.
Support incoming, brothers.
To be fair, watching your streams these holidays has made me realize how many good old games we have to play. I've bought a ton from the streams and your recommendations, so who needs new slop? Yeah, it's just sad, man. It really is. But it's like everything, too. It's like movies fucking suck now. TV shows fucking suck now. I mean, music fucking sucks now. You know, everything's made for the fucking 30-second TikTok clip. I don't know, man. There's just, like, genuinely nothing to look forward to anymore. It's just slop after slop after slop in every facet of life. You know, things just keep getting more expensive, too, outside of entertainment, so it's not even like you can look forward to, like, buying a new car or buying a new house, because by the time you actually save up enough money for it, you probably need more money on top. It's just like, bruh, shit's gay. It's a pretty shitty time to be alive right now. And like when you compare it to just 10 fucking years ago, bro, like, you know, houses were almost half the price. Interest rates were a third of what they are now. We were getting consistently amazing entertainment. It's like everything just fucking blows, bro. Everything's more expensive and shittier. And it's measurably so. It's not like, oh, you just don't like the new things. It's like, no, it's objectively true. Like, it's not even up for debate. Things are objectively fucking worse now than they were just 10 years ago. The average person needs $200,000 of income to afford the average home. That is unsustainable, bro. It's like insane. The average person makes $50K a year. You'd have to work 4 fucking jobs to buy a house in most areas. So it's not even just like, oh, you don't like new games or you don't like new music. It's like, no, every aspect of life has just gotten shittier. It's not just like, oh, you don't like new things. It's like, no, like every facet of life fucking sucks. You can't walk down the street in a major city without smelling some piss-soaked homeless person. Or getting fucking robbed. You know, homicides are at an all-time high. Theft is at an all-time high. You know, rapes, all-time fucking high. More illegals are pouring over the border than ever fucking before. It's just like every aspect of life is fucking objectively worse now. And, you know, Brandino really did a fucking wonderful job. You know, the past 6, I would say, what, 6 of the past 10 years have been a fucking disaster. Like, Trump tried to do what he could. But the problem is the uniparty Republicans don't fucking want anything to get fixed. Because they got all their money invested in the right places to reap the benefits, and then they can cash the fuck out whenever they want and leave. So... But yeah, 6 of the past 10 years have been a fucking disaster. And that's not even accounting for the other 6 years Obama was in office that was a fucking nightmare. And Bush before him, Clinton before him, Reagan didn't do wonderful things for the economy like a lot of people think. He wasn't as bad as the others, but he sure fucked up a lot too. So, I don't know, man. You just gotta make your money as fast as possible and find a way to exist outside of the fucking, you know, hamster wheel.
Redeploy for combat. Casualty confirmed.
We need social, yeah. That's what we have now, you fucking dumbass. All the wealth consolidated in the hands of the very few, and then your corporate overlords decide how many pennies you get to pick up that week. You want to talk about wealth disparity, that's your solution. The ultimate form of wealth disparity is socialism. Devin with the 2, I wish they'd add OG Ratchet and Clank collection to PS5. Well, they just added the Sly Cooper game, so I would imagine they might add the old Ratchet and Clank games pretty soon. But Griffin, Reagan's 80s was a golden era in America. Most of our media today was made then, and we also toppled the wall and beat the Soviets. Yeah, but why were the Soviets even allowed to exist in the first place? Because they fucking killed General Patton so he couldn't run for office. So, dude, the fucking deck has been stacked before the first card was even drawn, bro. The Soviet Union was literally just a science experiment to see how they could implement it into the Western world. Like the Soviet, like, you know, basically the Soviet Union was a testing ground for socialism and communism to see what did and didn't work so that they could slowly and gradually implement it into countries that actually fucking matter. What do you think General Patton would have done as president? Destroyed Russia immediately after World War II? He literally, right before he died, was calling for Congress to mobilize the U.S. military and wipe out Russia when we had the chance. Like, you can literally go and find, like, where he was talking about that. He wanted us to take our, you know, entire military momentum after beating the Nazis and turn it right on Russia and get rid of them once and for all. Get rid of communism while it was still a budding idea instead of letting it spread its roots and become this massive fucking destroyer of Western civilization that it's turning out to be.
Bring order to the chapter, brothers.
The rat kicker with the 2, MacArthur wanted to nuke China. We didn't listen. We should have never given China back after World War II. Because we're the ones that took it back from the Japanese and then rebuilt it. We should have never given that shit back.
I can't afford this shit!
The tide of battle has turned in our favor.
Yeah, Patton was way too based and popular to be left alive, man. He would have won in a fucking landslide if he ran for president. Not only that, but he commanded the absolute loyalty of the U.S. military. Like, they fucking loved him. So, he literally could have been a Caesar-esque leader. A guy with, you know, the people, you know, majority behind him by a large margin, and then also complete and total loyalty of the entire United States military. That would be too... Like, what's that shit? With Palpatine, he's too dangerous to be left alive. Literally him, bro.
We lost the advantage. Reclaim it at once. And Astartes is dead.
Patton was too pro-America to be left alive, man. The banking, you know, families of Europe were not happy with the idea that the U.S. might take control before they were able to fully put their grips into us with a central banking structure. We didn't have true fiat currency back then, so we wouldn't be allowed to take over the banking system of Europe.
Enhanced tactic ready. Obtaining armaments.
How do you know all this shit? It's called research, motherfucker. Do some. Look into central banking, the gold standard, the Federal Reserve, all of that type of shit. Look into the creation of the Bank of England. You know, do a little bit of research, man.
I can't afford this shit!
Nah, the Titanic was just a piece of shit ship. See, I don't really believe in the Titanic conspiracy, personally. The Titanic conspiracy, I think, is, you know, kind of meh. Because, you know, in reality, they used shitty fucking steel on the ship. If they would have used the actual proper form of, like, you know, I forget what the term is, of, like, shaping steel or whatever, it would have been fine, actually. But they used like this new version of like steel working, and it made the ship very brittle. And instead of bouncing off the iceberg, which it probably would have done if they would have used the higher quality version of the steel, they used the cheaper method, and the steel was brittle in the cold temperatures, so it literally cracked and ripped open easier. So that's actually something that a lot of people don't know about the Titanic, is like the way they built the hull out of the steel. It was done in the non-traditional method. It was like a new way of, like, I guess, forging the steel, and it made it extra brittle. Well, yeah, of course there's important people on the ship, dude. It was like literally, you know, a collection of millionaires, essentially. You had to be extremely wealthy to be on it. It would be like the equivalent of buying a fucking apartment in Dubai at like one of those ultra luxury buildings or something. You know, those are the type of people that were on the Titanic. Poor people didn't go on cruise ships.
Restores to combat readiness. Ammunition restocked.
It'd be like buying a SpaceX ticket to Mars. Yeah, something like that. Or like one of those, you know, tickets that Jeff Bezos was selling to go into space. You know, your average plebe is not going to be buying that shit.
Reporting permission. Astartes, push for dominance.
Yeah, and they also were trying to like do a speed record as well for the fastest crossing of the Atlantic Ocean. So there was also that aspect too. And if they were going at a more appropriate cruising speed, they would have had time to correct and dodge the iceberg. So there's a bunch of different, like, you know, reasons for why what happened. Is, you know, they were basically going too fast in order to try and beat, like, the record for crossing the ocean. They used a shitty form of steel, which made the hull more brittle and prone to breaking. And then on top of that, you know, just negligence. What mode is Space Marine best played on? I don't know what you mean. Like campaign, co-op, or multiplayer? It just depends on what you want to play. Yeah, we had like a whole fucking, week-long lesson on the Titanic. I remember in like 2nd grade or something. But I remember I watched like a documentary or something on it a while back. A long time ago.
I can't afford this shit!
Hopium Gardener with the 5. There's no way a modern day characterization of Rose from the Titanic would leave Chad Billy Zane for poor smelly Leo DiCaprio. Yeah, I mean the whole thing was what she was like suicidal at the very beginning, so I guess there you go, she's in a weakened emotional state. But women are very irrational creatures, so yeah, if they made the movie now, Rose would be Zendaya, and you'd literally have, European fucking nobility laying down their title to have a mixed race child with her. Because, that's a realistic scenario for the early 1900s. Is Rose still alive? I think the actress that played her is, unless she overdosed on crack or something. I have no fucking clue. They push her on us because she's the ideal race of the future. Yeah. Yup. Meanwhile, who gets the organic recognition? Which is kind of funny, the media tries so hard to push fucking Zendaya on everybody, but what's the chick in Hollywood all the dudes are simping for? The white chick with the big titties. So it just shows you, man. The psyoping is failing as of late. The psyoping is not working as intended. Sydney Sweeney's hot, but she can't act for... Dude, I don't really think guys care if the hot chick in a movie can act. Like, everybody just wants to see a hot chick on screen. Like, Hollywood's filled with enough ugly chicks that can act. We need some eye candy again.
Support incoming, brothers.
Yeah, I guess the good thing about Sydney Sweeney would be if you're having sex with her, she couldn't fake it. There you go. Turn that negative into a positive.
Brother, killed in action.
I'm all about positivity on this channel, guys, so we got to spin everything into a positive. Madison Beer is where it's at. I'm not familiar with her. Tarantino drinking liquor off a lady's foot. Oh shit, that's why Kojima has a foot fetish. Because he wants to be Quentin Tarantino. There you go. See, even Kojima is not original in that aspect of his life.
Reporting for mission.
Like Elon is doing with X, no negativity. Sweeney should be in a farmhouse producing and raising 6 blonde-haired, blue-eyed children. Well, isn't she engaged? I know the other thing people like her for is she works on classic cars in like her free time with her dad, so that was another reason why people were simping out for her, is because she does like classic car restoration and stuff in her free time. I remember that.
Restored to combat readiness.
Because I think she's from, like, what, Idaho or some shit? Like, one of the Midwestern states, so... I don't know, like a farm state. I know her family is, like, big Trump supporters, so... Obviously, she can't come out and say it for her career's sake, but all of her family are, like, huge Trump supporters, because there was that controversy where, you know, her mom had, like, a Trump party or something for her birthday.
Astartes, push for dominance. Fragmentation grenade out. Iron Beam online.
Sydney used to get topless on Euphoria, but Zendaya never got nude. I wonder why. Because there ain't nothing to look at, bro. Why would you pay a girl to go full nude and she doesn't even have tits? That's the whole point, is to sell, you know, the sex appeal. You gotta pay up to have a full, like, nudity in TV shows and movies, because most actresses don't want to do it unless they get paid a lot, because, you know, you never go back from that.
Casualty confirmed. Rally point updated. Intercepting projectiles.
Holland is the worst Spider-Man. Yeah, dude. Spider-Twink is terrible. I fucking can't stand that guy. He gives me male cheerleader vibes. He did gymnastics. There you go. Tom Holland is more comic accurate, dude. Why? Because he is a
Skip it up, fucking loser faggot.
Well, dude, he's not even American. He's British. So he's not even an American. He's some fucking Euro poor that came over here to the land of opportunity. Yeah, Tom Holland was an attempt to try and feminize men. Like, oh my god, dude, I want to be like him. Didn't work. Nah, you gotta replace all the British with, with fucking, Pakistanis. Yeah, dude, the UK would be better off if they started importing Irish and, you know, anyone from Europe. But instead, they're importing a bunch of fucking Pakistanis that are, like, literally just raping everything that walks in front of them. Oh, this song is, Flowers Blooming in the Church is the name of it. So yeah, it's when you first meet Aerith.
Bring honor to the chapter, brothers. Battle has turned in our Fatality reported. Engage with elite countermeasures. The tide of battle has turned in our favor. Combat readiness. Deadlocked.
Fucking spawn protection. Dude, they want to replace Americans with not so much slave labor, but, you know, just a, you know, race of easily manipulated people. Because essentially you import like all these South Americans, for example, that don't know how to read and write. They don't speak English. All they know is they get a government check from the Democrat Party. And they basically want, you know, just built-in voters. Because once AI takes over, those people aren't going to have jobs either way. So it doesn't even matter. It's not even like a slave class or a worker class or anything. You know, the AI is going to take over all the jobs soon. And they won't have any need for them other than the fact that they reproduce like crazy and vote Democrat. So that's the hope. Yep, lower the IQ, too. Stupid people can't organize.
Restored to combat ready, brother. Killed in action. Casualty confirmed.
Organize, that's what Jordan Peterson said. To clean my room, that's right. And make sure you cry, too. Bro, when he broke down in tears over incels or some shit, bro, I lost my shit. That was funny as fuck. I don't know, man. Jordan Peterson is not exactly how I would model my life to be like. Jordan is a weak man, but at least his heart's in the right place, I guess. He's a very, very weak man, but I guess his heart's in the right place, but at the same time, he is not the example you should be following for how you should turn out. What's Jordan's daughter like? Is she hot and based? Probably not, dude. She's hot, not based? I have no fucking clue. I'll be the judge of that. She's a woman, of course she's a feminist. Yeah, that's the thing I don't really get when people say, like, oh, she's just a feminist. It's like, yeah, do you expect women to not be feminists? Like, that's just fucking retarded. Like, of course women are going to be feminists. There's differing levels of feminism, though, so.
Fatality reported. remain. Decimate them.
Assisted suicide just got us a fucking kill. That's so homo. I shouldn't be penalized because somebody killed themselves.
Rally point updated. Enhanced tactic ready.
First and second wave feminism was the best. Now you got wannabe revolutionary blue-haired women. Yeah. I think feminism's failing in a lot of ways. Yeah, the only women that aren't feminists are already married, so it doesn't really do you any good. You're not into hairy armpits, Griff. You can pull on it and lick them, but as soon as you like it, they shave it off. It happened. What the fuck? No, I think the only people that should be allowed to vote are people that make a certain amount of money each year. Personally, if you don't make money, you don't have the right to vote. That's my humble opinion. Nobody should be allowed to vote how other people's money gets spent if they don't contribute to the fucking, you know, pot, essentially. Yeah, landowners. Yeah, I mean, landowners works too, but, you know. Not everybody who makes a lot of money owns property, so to say. Like, I make a lot of money and I don't technically own a home. So. Well, I guess I do now, but not previously.
honor to the chapter, brothers.
Let the Indians come, we'll have better... Dude, I think Indian food is dramatically overrated. It's like on the same level as Mexican food, where it's like slightly above fast food. It's not even that good. Like, I guess it's good, like, fast, you know, slop food that you can eat that has a little bit of flavor, but there's not really anything special about it. Yeah, never eat food in India. That's not what I'm talking about. Obviously, you should never actually eat food from, like, Indian street vendors and shit. That's fucking disgusting. But, no, I'm just talking about, like, American Indian food. I don't really think it's that good. Like, butter chicken or whatever. It's like, okay, yeah, it's chicken with spices. Woohoo. Like, it's not anything special.
Is dead.
Yeah, European cuisine absolutely blows. Like Indian food, fucking, you know, Mexican food, and other, you know, ethnic foods out of the fucking water. Like Italian food, French food, like that shit's way better.
Casualty confirmed.
Japanese food is very simplistic. So that's the thing, is you're not getting super complicated dishes from Japanese food. Japanese food is more about the freshness and the quality of the individual ingredients. So it's not a, you know, highly prepared cuisine type thing. But yeah, Mexican food is meh. Like, it's slightly above fast food, in my opinion. That's where I'd rank Mexican food. Like, high-end Mexican food is not even different from, like, low-end Mexican food. It's like the same shit no matter where you get it. And Indian food's pretty much the exact same. Like, it's the same, you know, staple ingredients with very little variety. French cuisine has a ton of different variety and quality levels. Italian food, same thing. You know, shit like, I guess, British food is not really that great. It's mainly a bunch of stews and, you know, fish, which I guess is fine, but not really that great. Spanish food I've never actually had, so I can't say. German food is pretty simple for the most part. But yeah, French food and Italian food are definitely the two best cuisines, I would say. They have the most variety and the highest quality standard. Slavic food is horrible? Yeah, they grew up in poor fucking countries. So, yeah, that's not really surprising. But yeah, Japanese food is very simplistic. It's all about the ingredients that are in it, you know. You know, fresh seafood, fresh vegetables, that type of stuff. Japanese food's more about the actual, like, freshness and quality of the ingredient than the actual preparation. Yeah, I love sushi, bro. I could eat sushi every single day for the rest of my life and never get sick of it, but it's not like on the same level as like a 4-star, you know, French restaurant or something. Go on a sushi diet?
I can't afford this shit!
That's expensive, bro. Sushi ain't cheap, especially if you want good shit.
Rally point updated. Conversion operational. Astartes, push for dominance.
Yeah, salmon sashimi is expensive, bro. It's like, what, $4 for like a piece or two? And you need to eat a lot of it because fish is not really calorically dense. Stupid people can't organize. Have you seen BLM? Yes, and what lasting change did BLM make? What actual threat did BLM pose? If the government actually tried to put down that fucking shit, they would have scattered like fucking roaches. What lasting impact and change did BLM make as a result of their organization? Nothing. They just fucking burned down a bunch of shit.
Restores to combat readiness.
The black squares, yeah, I remember that. I remember that shit. The biggest impact BLM had was it sparked the creation of George Droid and the Microsoft Fent reactor, yeah. Yeah, we're unironically on our way to black imposed segregation at this rate, which would actually be the ultimate, you know, heckin' lol moment, dude. The ultimate Uno reverse moment. Like, the way race relations are going at this rate because of, you know, of our wonderful President Obama. You know, we're unironically going to have a majority of black people demanding segregation, which would actually be fucking hilarious.
this shit!
Tim Marco the 7, they got their members to vandalize businesses and then said thanks for the money, dummies. Yeah, exactly.
You're broke! You're fucking
Exactly. Man, we need them Nikes to put food on the table. EB7 with the 160 hours in Final Fantasy 15 on Chapter 14, seeing the Crown City. Nice, man. That's a great game. It's a magical experience the first time through. That shit's fire, though. I love Final Fantasy 15. Unjust Hero with the 2, I didn't think Microsoft could kill COD this early. Never underestimate the will of Phil, dude.
I can't afford this shit!
Bring order to the chapter, brothers.
Yep, the Phil Spencer effect, man. That video aged like fucking milk. The Gucci store brand bread to feed my family, that's right. Man, if I ain't get this new 65-inch TV, then my kids ain't gonna be able to eat. Know what I'm saying? Shit. Turn the audio on, Griff? What? I don't even know what that means.
Gathering supplies.
Yeah, I saw that video of the kid in Costco and they said, he's in Kang Kong mode. We can't tell him to stop. They unironically referred to their own kid as a fucking ape, bro. He's in Kang Kong mode. We can't stop him. It's like, oh my fucking God, bro. It's like, Jesus Christ. Kang Kong mode is literally the quote. That was the excuse from the parents, as he was in Kang Kong mode.
Recovery complete, brother.
Yeah, where was Godzilla when you needed him? Dude, honestly, I'm at the point now, I've seen enough of these videos of like people vandalizing stores and shit, where it's like if you just start going in there and like destroying shit, you should just be shot, honestly. Like there's no redeeming someone like that. Like the type of people that just walk into a store and like throw all the fucking alcohol bottles on the ground and everything. Like just fucking kill those people now. Like honestly, just get rid of them. They're not worth keeping. If you're the store owner, you should just be able to pull out a fucking gun and pop the motherfucker and just get rid of him. You think a week in jail is going to change that behavior? Of fucking course it's not.
All specs primed.
Yeah, like I saw this video of like a Mexican woman or something, like literally just sweeping an entire shelf of wine bottles onto the ground, fucking screaming and shit. It's like, yeah, fuck that, dude. Just put a fucking cap in her ass. Probably here illegally too. You think she has the money to pay back the damages? Of course fucking not. You think she's gonna actually take the hours upon hours of time it's gonna take to clean it up? Of course she's fucking not. Just get rid of these people. They're not worth keeping. There's no redemption for someone like that.
All specs primed.
It's like this one dude, too, who was walking around the neighborhood and sliced the tires of over 30 fucking cars. Do you really think he has the money to pay for the damages? Of fucking course not. So what's going to happen? Everybody's going to file an insurance claim, and then all the people who did nothing wrong are going to have higher insurance premiums moving forward because they actually made a claim. Because the fucking dipshit who did it will never be able to pay for it. So you're like literally punishing the victims for these people's behavior. It's like, just fucking get rid of them. There is no redemption for someone like that.
Recovery complete, brothers. Back into the fray.
Astartes, push for dominance.
All specs deep scan ready. Resupply.
Minutes remain. Decimate them.
Yeah, we're basically getting to a point where, you know, society is going to kind of look like the fucking Hunger Games, bro. You're going to have, like, the one pocket of civilized society, and then you'll have, like, the various different regions of just, like, you know, basically slums. And you'll do anything and everything in your power to make enough money to get out of the fucking slums in order to get away from that, you know, level of person. It's going to be like the Los Angeles, you know, Beverly Hills model, like, I guess model, where you have like the one area that's super safe, clean, well taken care of. You can actually walk around without being in fear for your life. You know, they actually have police that will do things. And then you have the rest of LA, which is a literal unlivable shithole. So... oh yeah, if you started chopping off hands for theft, it'd get rid of the problem immediately. Dubai doesn't have that problem because that's exactly what they do. That or they just fucking kill you. That's not Sharia law, you dumbass. That's called old world punishments. The Romans used to do the same thing. Hammurabi's Code back in the day used to do that. That was well before Islam. Everyone should be. You kind of have to be now, man. Mentally and physically. Bro, you honestly have to go in to every situation, especially in big cities, with the mentality that pretty much everybody is out to do you harm. Otherwise, the worst will happen when you least expect it. Our society is not filled with good people anymore. There are certain areas where that's the case, but big cities, not at all, bro. Most of them aren't even from the fucking United States in the first place. And if they are, they don't give a fucking damn about the society they're a part of.
Bring honor to the chapter, brothers. The tide of battle has turned in our favor.
Most of my coworkers carry box cutters. Yeah, I used to carry a knife usually when I would walk around in like Arlington and stuff at my previous apartment. When I used to walk, because like I had to walk to the ATM in Pentagon City, which is where my old apartment was. And basically, you know, it's pretty rough down there, and there's like the people who try to rob you and all that type of shit. But, yeah, I had to walk to an ATM because this is right before I was getting my dog. So I had to get $3,500 in cash. And, of course, my shitty fucking bank has a $300 daily withdrawal limit for ATMs, which is fucking gay. And so, like, I would always, like, whenever I'd get cash out of the machine, I would always, like, have my hand in my pocket with a fucking knife just in case somebody decided they were gonna fucking follow me. So, yeah, it's just like...
Rally point updated.
Oh, I had like a little karambit in my pocket because I figured that'd be good for slicing. Because, you know, the sharp point would latch on and then you could just, you know, basically hit them with the fucking stroke and it would just, like, you know, rip their skin open. Because it's a gutting knife, so I figured that'd be good for slashing if I needed to. They would definitely, you know, leave a pretty big gash.
Enhanced tactic ready. Throwing fragmentation grenade. Execute YawnYea tactic. Reporting permission. When one falls, we all rise.
Rally point updated.
Engaging elite countermeasures.
Rally point
Restored
updated.
to combat readiness.
Knives with big blades? Hell yeah, dude. A BBK.
Rally point updated.
Or a BKB.
Our allies are halfway done.
Conversion operation. I return, ready to take my vengeance. Execute Iron Halo tactics.
Rally point updated.
Throwing frag grenade.
Glory is within our grasp.
Oh, come on, bro. That class is so annoying. You should be able to pop that shield.
Reporting permission.
Rally point updated.
You had to go to court twice because of muggings. I guess Trump wasn't lying when he said they're not sending their best, huh?
Enhanced tactic ready. Frag grenade deployed.
No, I just need one of those Assassin's Creed hidden blades
Anastasius is
that I
dead.
can wear underneath my hoodie sleeve, and then I can just walk up and assassinate people. Like, here's my wallet. Shh.
Updated.
Here, let me hand it to you, and just stab him in the fucking
Brother
chest.
killed in action. Intercepting projectiles.
Rally point
That shit would be
updated.
based.
Rally point updated.
Support incoming, brothers.
Nah, I only have like a few guns. I don't have that many. We got like 6. You hate shotguns. Yeah, they don't really scratch the back of my throat, right? I don't know why level 28 is the level cap for multiplayer. That doesn't make a bit of fucking sense. Dude, my iPhone keeps trying to get me to change my wallpaper for some reason. I don't get it. I constantly get like that fucking stupid like tip notification like you can change your wallpaper by doing this. I don't understand why. Consume the slop and obey the government? Yeah, exactly, bro. Get excited for the next video game and movie release. Pay your taxes. You know, go to sporting events, go out drinking, you know, order Uber Eats. Live the good life, man. Yeah, it's just the default wallpaper. I've had the same wallpaper since the iPhone 14, so that's probably why. It's like the bubbles overlapping each other. But I don't really have a reason to change it. It looks fine. This guy truly has zero personality. Like what? Yeah, that's probably true. I haven't ever opened the wallpaper settings, so that might be it. I don't know. Yeah.
Bring order to the chapter, brothers.
Some indie games can be really good. Which ones? That's the thing. I always hear people talk about like what indie games are great or whatever, but very few I've ever played have been anything really that amazing.
Death long
Got him. Yeah, I played Hotline Miami back in the day on PS4. And the PS Vita, I believe.
Fatality reported.
Lust a cat. Oh my god. That sounds like some fucking Japanese, like, sex game or whatever the fuck.
I return, ready to take my vengeance.
Most indie games are 2D, but people claim that AAA games are copy. Yeah, exactly. I don't know, man. I am so sick of like fucking pixelated 16-bit fucking indie games. Like, as soon as I see a 16-bit art style, I almost immediately lose interest. Unless it has like some actual, like, I guess, nice visual appeal. Like something like, I guess, the Final Fantasy... well, not even that. What is it? No, the Dragon Quest 3 remaster. I think that's fine. Or like Octopath. That's an okay pixelated art style because, you know, there's actual like modern lighting effects and all that other type of shit to it as well. It's not just fucking nostalgia, dude.
Brother killed in action.
Yeah, Proteus is a good example. They do the pixelated art style well.
Rally point updated.
It still looks new even though it's pixelated.
Iron Hail online.
Yeah, I like the Alex Jones game too. I thought it was pretty fun. It was a good meme. I'm happy to financially support my boy. Yeah, but is a Warhammer game indie? I don't think that counts as indie, bro. Making a Warhammer game is not exactly what I would consider to be a small indie indie dev making something new and unique. That's just basically a licensed game.
Support incoming, brothers.
Rally point updated.
Astartes is dead.
Yeah, but just because a game's pixelated doesn't mean it's indie. Who publishes it? If it has a publisher, it's not an indie game.
Glory is within our grasp.
Like all these people who act like Devolver Digital is a fucking indie publisher. They're not. They're literally a fucking, like, I guess single A or double A, you know, video game publishing company. They're not an indie studio. They literally have a publisher, like, functionality where they fund and distribute indie games. Therefore, they're not indie by definition. Indie games are self-published titles. Like, if I made a game and then stuck it on Steam, that's an indie game. If fucking EA hires me to make a game, that's not indie. Like, EA is the publisher. It might have a low budget, but it doesn't mean it's an indie. Like, It Takes Two, prime example. Not a fucking indie game, even though everybody said it was. The publisher was literally fucking EA. They funded the development. That's not an indie game at that point. That shitty co-op game that won Game of the Year because, you know, the heckin' wholesome blue-haired female pro tag, dude. I don't know. Focus Entertain. Yeah, so they're the same company that published this game. Is Space Marine 2 an indie game? I don't think so. Why would you want me to finish the Dustborn game? Yeah, I just genuinely wish I had the same passion for gaming nowadays. I don't know, man. I just really wish there was something to look forward to. There's like a few games every once in a while to look forward to, but that's literally it now. Like, the only game I'm, like, genuinely hyped for is Remake Part 3, obviously. Doom I'm looking forward to. Monster Hunter I'm looking forward to, but that's it. That's 3 fucking games, man. It just... And I'm not even, like, that big of a fucking Monster Hunter fan. Like, I'll play it casually. I'm not, like, hyped for that at all. But I do think it is fun to play, at the very least. But I don't know, bro. It's just like, there's nothing. Metroid Prime 4 is the only game I'm looking forward to this year. Like, I've had more fun playing through fucking Kingdoms of Amalur more than most modern games, bro. Like, it's just... Ugh. I don't like it. Like, the concept of me going back and replaying games from, like, 10 years ago would have never happened. Even in the PS4 generation, we were getting better stuff. Yeah, Kingdoms of Amalur. Or should I say Anal Her? Like, that game is genuinely fun. I can't say the same about the majority of games that come out. Yeah, I'm gonna get a 5090 when I get a new computer. I need to get a new computer at some point, but honestly, like, I just really don't want to at the same time, because it's like I could put that $5 grand into my fucking, you know, early mortgage payments, so it's like, Do I even want to buy a new computer is really the question. Because like there's nothing on PC I even want to play anymore. The only reason to get a better PC is to play modern games, and it's like, bro, I don't even fucking like modern games. They all suck, bro.
Rally point updated. Rally point updated. Rally point updated.
Execute Iron tactics. Restored to combat readiness.
Let's see. E-Man with the 13 months. Wow, 13 months. Also mute Juthro.
Either subscribe, donate,
I'll do
or
it for
get the
1
fuck
minute.
out.
That's it.
Rally point
Alright, I'll do them
updated.
for 1 minute.
Iron Halo protocol in progress.
Dude, I don't give a fuck about GTA. Honestly, that game could be canceled and I would be more excited than if it actually came out. I literally could not care less about GTA 6. After the snooze fest that was Red Dead Redemption 2, I have no fucking faith in that game at all. It's gonna be more of a fucking life sim, which I don't fucking want to play.
Fragmentation device in play.
This song will get you fucking copyright strike. Because it's not like an actual game soundtrack. They have it uploaded into the YouTube database. Everybody's videos were getting claimed when they were uploading Let's Plays of Final Fantasy VII, apparently. For that song. Because it's like uploaded into the fucking Spotify. I'll try to play it, but that's the one time. No more copyright music. Yeah. Basically, people were using snippets from the song, and all their videos are getting, you know, copyright claimed and blocked. Because it's, like, uploaded to, like, you know, Apple Music and Spotify and all that type of shit, so it gets claimed. Apparently, the Fantasian music is the same, because Apple technically owns it. Just look up Final Fantasy VII Rebirth theme. It'll pop up. And it's like the picture of Aerith singing. It'll come up.
Rally point updated.
Why the fuck would I want to play as a fat-ass Latina in a game? Is she actually fat, though? She didn't look fat in the trailer. But I wouldn't be shocked if they revise.
Glorious within our grasp.
I don't want to play as a woman in general in modern gaming, bro. Like, generally speaking, I know what that means. So I'm very skeptical of any game where you have to play as a woman. Unless it comes from a Japanese dev. I don't fucking trust it. Because, you know, every single game that stars a woman from a Western developer is fucking shit. They all fucking suck now. It's like literally the telltale sign that the game you're about to play is going to be fucking garbage. So I don't trust it. I really don't.
Rally point updated.
It means you have the wrong people making creative decisions.
Restores to combat readiness.
Well, Stellar Blade's not from a Western dev, so extend whatever Japanese category to Korea as well. They seem to be fine.
Setting projectiles.
Korea doesn't hate women or promote trannies, it seems like, but I have no idea.
Support incoming, brothers.
Well, the thing is Lara Croft has been a character for a long time, so that's a very different thing. I'm talking about like new shit. Lara Croft is an old character,
Restored to combat readiness.
so
3 minutes remain.
well,
Decimate
I
them.
guess I can just put it on this. Near area themes. If it's annoying, I'll change it. Here, let me just see if there's like a better one for that. Oh, it's not loading. Let's see, near ambient. There we go. Near automata with gentle rain to help you relax. Alright, I'll click that one. That works. Is it true? Yeah, I would imagine the Switch 2 comes out in March. That's when the original came out. It came out on March 3rd, 2017. I still have my launch day Switch. I probably will never sell it, even though the kickstand's broken on it. It's like flaccid. Dude, I like the Nier franchise personally. I just love shit that's like actually unique. Like Nier is such a unique game, especially the original one. Like it was just something really different. I don't know. Like I really liked it. Like it's, you know, really low budget. It's kind of cheesy, but it's just, you know, a fun game with a cool concept that like, you know, is different. God forbid. Like shit, man. Yeah, I played Nier back when it came out on PS3. One of my friends was like super into, you know, JRPGs and stuff, so he had played Drakengard back in the day, and he's like, bro, you need to check this out. It's gonna be so fucking awesome. I was like, alright, I'll buy it. And then, yeah, it was really good. I liked it. But I played the Dad Nier version first, which is the better one. It's a cooler, I think, dynamic, personally, than Oni-chan. I still have a lot of Dude, I have a lot of games in general to play. I got some weeb shit to play, especially. Like, I still need to finish Visions of Mana. I have the Romancing Saga Remaster. I have Dragon Quest 3, a 2D HD remake. I have the Neo Fantasian, or not, I always say that backward. Fantasian Neo Dimension game to beat. I need to beat Kingdoms of Aenalur. I still need to finish Final Fantasy 3, 4, 5, and 6. I'm just looking at the Jap crap I have up here. I have Shin Megami Tensei 5 Vengeance. Bro, I have so much stuff. I have the Ni no Kuni games. I have Okami that I kind of want to play. I have like the Tales of games. Bro, I got a bunch of stuff. Shoot. Yeah, way too many games. Yeah, I have like 200 physical PS4 and 5 games that I bought over the past like 7 or 8 months. When I swapped from Xbox, I just started mass buying a bunch of PS4 games physically. So I have a huge catalog of stuff I've never even touched. Kind of sad. Yeah, I have both Ni no Kuni games. Should buy the Life is Strange games for the Switch. Why would I want to do that?
Bring order to the chapter, brothers.
Why on God's green earth would I want to do that? Yeah, Drakengard 3 is weird, man. It's actually a pretty valuable game now. I have a bunch of copies of it I got for 20 bucks. Stonks. Life is Tumblr, dude. Yeah, right now, though, I don't really want to play anything on the Switch, because it's like the Switch 2 is about to come out, and if it has backwards compatibility, all those games are going to play immediately better on the Switch 2, frame rate-wise, and maybe even, you know, resolution-wise as well, so... Like, I want to play the Xenoblade games, because I only ever played 2, but at this point, it's like, shit, I might as well just wait. Well, to be fair, Life is Strange is a game made for women, so it's literally a game that's supposed to be made for, like, girls to play on their fucking, you know, Nintendo Switch or brother's console or whatever. It's not a man's game. It's a woman's game, which is fine. So...
Fatality reported.
I'm probably going to buy 2 Switch 2s. I'll buy one for my streaming setup and then one for general use, is my guess.
Reporting permission.
Rally point updated.
But I'll probably buy as many of them as I can in order to scalp them. Because the Switch 2, I feel like, will definitely have enough demand that it will be resaleable, just like the original Switch was.
We lost the advantage. Reclaim it at once.
Redeploy for combat.
Switch 2 will have armpit smell of it. I wish, bro. Then they could port, you know, Final Fantasy VII Remake to it, and then you could sniff Aerith's armpits, but unfortunately I don't think that's going to happen. And Tifa's under boob sweat.
Brother killed in action.
I think it's going to be 400 bucks at least, maybe 500. I think they're launching 2 variants, right? Like a larger and a smaller one. I'm not sure exactly, but we'll see. I think 400 bucks personally is the minimum price. I'd be fine with 500, honestly, as long as it's like actually, you know, a somewhat beefy console performance-wise. I'm willing to pay more. Like, I'd be fine paying 600 bucks for a more powerful Switch. Like, fuck. It's a great little console. It is backwards compatible. They already confirmed that. So the Switch 2 is backwards compatible. That is already confirmed by Nintendo.
Intercepting projectiles. Fragmentation grenade out.
They put out a statement about that, I believe. I mean, typically Nintendo consoles are backwards compatible. Like, you know, Unless there's a massive format change, because like the 3DS played DS games, the DS played Game Boy games, the Game Boy Advanced played original Game Boy games, the GameCube, you know, games could be played on the Wii, the Wii U played Wii U game, or not Wii U, fuck, naming convention, but you get the point. Like the Switch, because it had cartridges, obviously didn't play Wii games, but typically they have backwards compatibility on their stuff more often than not. Dude, you're not getting a base PS5 and a handheld for 400 bucks. That is not gonna happen. Why do you think the PS5 is as big as it is? They're not fitting that into a handheld. That's fucking retarded. If it could be as powerful as a PS5, the PS5 would be as big as a tablet.
Fatality reported.
It doesn't matter that it's been 5 years, fool. They made a slim model. Have you seen how tiny the PS2 Slim is compared to the original? If that was the case, they would have dramatically shrunk the form factor. They didn't.
Our allies are halfway done.
What is the rumored power of the Switch? Yeah, I heard PS4 Pro. A little more powerful than the PS4 Pro, more powerful than the Series S. So, more powerful than Series S, but close to a PS4 Pro is apparently what it is, which is really good, honestly, for a handheld. Because the PS4 Pro's biggest problem was the CPU, so if it's got a more powerful CPU and the same graphical power as a PS4 Pro, that's going to be a banger-ass little handheld. Yeah, third-party ports are going to go crazy. There's going to be a massive flood. I guarantee you Square Enix is going to put that whole backlog on there as soon as they can.
Casualty confirmed. Redeploy for combat. Conversion field operational.
Yeah, I can't wait to get my little Nintendo Switch, bro.
Restores to combat readiness.
I was one of the few people that believed in the original one, so... I remember when Rich of Review Tech USA was making all his videos about how the Switch was going to fail, like the Wii U. That was basically
All right,
the...
awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
That was basically the popular sentiment at the time, is that it was just the Wii U 2.0. And that's why the pre-orders didn't even sell out.
Intercepting projectiles.
1 minute until mission.
The Switcher, it's popular with hoes. I'm down for $400. Series S specs. Yeah, most of the girls I knew in college had Switches. The Switch is awesome. It's a cool little console. Let's see. So, Oski with a 5, you already know the Japanese developers are just drooling at the idea to port everything on the Switch 2, at least those that can run on it. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's like, you know, basically the Switch has been so underpowered that, you know, pretty much every Japanese dev has had to ignore it, which, you know, it's the largest install base of any Japanese gaming platform, so it, like, basically restricts them from being able to sell to their own home market, which is a pretty fucking big deal. So that's a huge number of people that aren't being reached currently. Hayden Akers with the 3 months. Remember, Griffin, January 6th is worse than 9/11 in Pearl Harbor. That's right, bro. Those selfies killed people. Oh my god. And literally the darkest day in our nation's history, hands down. Yeah, I'd say the buying large mansions riots were much worse than fucking January 6th, but you know, that makes me a racist. I'm not buying a 50 series card. I barely play it. Yeah, that's kind of my, like, that's where I'm kind of torn on buying a computer. It's like, it's not a good use of money for me because it's like, I don't look forward to new games. The whole point of getting a PC is to play new games at a higher fidelity and shit. And it's like, I don't fucking care. Like, oh no, I get to play the new slop Microsoft game at a higher frame rate. Woohoo! Oh boy, I get to play a new fucking shitty ass Ubisoft game at a higher frame rate. Hooray! It's like, what am I even buying it for? The only reason I'm buying it is for like content creation purposes, and that's it. There's nothing I actually give a shit about when it comes to PC gaming anymore. It's like, everything fucking sucks.
To the chapter, brothers.
Microsoft Flight Simulator. Yeah, oh my god, dude, true.
Iron Halo tactics. Fatality reported.
The tide of battle has turned in our favor.
Redeployed for combat.
We lost the advantage. Reclaim it at once.
Like, I don't really feel like I missed out playing this game primarily on console versus PC. I've seen the footage. I don't really think it looks that different anymore. Plus, I have to lock my PC at 60 FPS because of OBS anyway, so it's like I'm not even really getting a benefit. And I don't really spend too much free time anymore playing games, you know, if I'm not streaming, so it's like, I don't even fucking use the thing for gaming. I don't even turn this computer on half the time unless I'm streaming, so it just sits dormant during the days most of the time.
Restores to combat readiness.
Rally point updated.
Recovery complete, brother. Version field operational. Iron Halo protocol.
I'm tired of shaders on PC. Yeah, same here. Shaders fucking suck. I hate that shit with a passion. Remember when PC was for no life? Yeah. I remember like only a few of my friends growing up had gaming PCs, so it was not very common. Nowadays it's like the normie tier platform. Just like PlayStation. PlayStation and PC are the two normie platforms nowadays.
The arch enemy closes in on victory.
Fragmentation grenade.
Yeah, content creation and Fortnite and all that type of shit has made PC like the default platform that kids want now. So it's like normie tier. You know, everybody wants a, you know, PC to play Fortnite like Ninja, dude. So yep, Xbox has gone from the normie tier. It's like the fucking budget tier of, oh, well, I don't want to pay for anything else other than Goy Pass. Most PC gamers have fucking low budget rigs, man. That's the thing, is most people are on budget builds. They're not even on like true master race rigs or anything like that, so it's been normified. My rig used to be good now. Yeah, my rig used to be good too. But it's like 7 years old at this point, so it's had its time, man. It's had its time, but, you know, like all things, it gets old. Just like myself. Xbox is the Six Flags of gaming. You take your kids there because you don't want to fly to Orlando for Disney. Yeah, I guess. True. But isn't Six Flags like actually better than fucking Disney? You have a 3090? Doesn't matter. It's still old, bro. I used to be young, now I'm old. Yeah, same. I'm an old man, bro. 27 years old, bro. I need my cane. Remember Griffin, the PC Master Race buys games, but didn't buy Dead Space Remake, then got mad at EA for not doing a Dead Space 2 remake. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the story of the modern gaming industry, man. It's like everybody's like, oh, I wish they'd make more games like this. Oh, I'm not buying it, dude. And then the next Sony game comes out. Oh my god, God of War with extra cutscenes. Let me buy 4 copies. It's like so irritating. I fucking hate... Dude, I really hate the modern gaming audience. It's like whenever a good game comes out, everybody's like, oh yeah, we need more games like this. Nobody buys it. Whenever shit tier garbage comes out, like Spider-Man 2 or God of Snore Ragnarok or insert your favorite movie game, everyone's like, oh my god, it's so good. And then they wonder, oh, why don't we get good games anymore? It's like incredible. Like all these fucking cocks that soyed out for Spider-Man and then 2 months later they're like, oh, actually it wasn't that good. It's like, no shit, retard. It was never good. You just fucking, you know, cucked out to a shitty game instead of buying something that's actually good. I don't know, man. It's so irritating. It's so fucking irritating. And people are like, why does gaming suck now? Because of you. You're the reason why it sucks. You don't buy anything. The reason why I buy like all the Square Enix games that I've never played at launch is because, you know, I want more games like them even if I don't play them immediately, so I could try to contribute to the day one sales where I can. So it's like, shit, man. You gotta actually point the industry in the right direction, because money talks at the end of the day. That's the whole fucking point of this industry. You can give a game as many Reddit updates as you want, it doesn't make a difference.
Support incoming, brothers.
Damn, Griffin 27 and no kids, bros. Yeah, exactly, man. My biological clock is ticking. Soon the egg carton's gonna be empty, right? Yeah, it is kind of sad whenever I hear about somebody I knew from back in the day, like getting married or having kids. It's like, damn, bro. Shit. It's kind of weird to think about, you know? Griffin's gonna save up and go to Dubai. Dude, that's like the worst place to get a wife. That's the country filled with OnlyFans whores that Arabs pay to shit on their chest. That's a terrible place to find a wife. Damn, bro. Hell nah. Dubai is a city of whores.
Iron Halo online.
Griffin needs to find a single mom with 7 kids and give her 3 more. Alright, chill out, bro. I'm not trying to be like...
Skip it up, fucking loser faggot.
Yeah, I don't really get the appeal of Dubai other than the fact that it's like actually safe. You don't have to worry about getting mugged and shit like that. So I guess it's nice, but personally I don't really want to be in an Arab country. But I guess there's worse places to be.
Fragmentation device in play.
Shit. Oh, fuck, dude. That actually kind of hurt. Damn.
Rally point updated.
Engaging elite countermeasures.
Rally point updated.
Reporting for mission. Iron Halo online.
Dubai would only be fun to go to if you had a shit ton of money. Otherwise, it's going to just be miserable because you can't do anything cool. Like, you need a ton of money to go to Dubai. Because, like, obviously you're going to want to get, like, a driver to take you around. You're going to go to, like, all the fancy restaurants and cool, like, experience places. You're going to want to go shopping, like, all that type of shit. And you need a lot of money to do that. Because it's really all there is to do in Dubai is spend money. It's the whole point of that city, is just to extract money from wealthy foreigners. Go to Miami? I've never been to Miami.
Intercepting projectiles. Throwing fragment.
The only places in Florida I've ever been for like extended periods is the Orlando area, Jacksonville. Ah, fuck. There's like a beach town too I went to. I can't remember what it's called. Fuck. I've been to Boca. And then I can't remember the other place. Shit. No, I've never been to... Well, I've passed through Tampa, but I've never been there. Like... Trying to think, what is that area called? There was like a college there. It started with a B, I believe. I don't know. I can't remember. Yeah, I went to Disney World as a kid. I didn't really like it that much. It was fine. But... Buck Breakersville? Hell yeah, dude. And I left Buck broken. I binged BBC NTR on the way home. Yeah, I want to go to I want to go to Universal at some point, but I've never been. I have never been to Universal.
Bring order to the chapter, brothers.
Roller coasters are scary. I love roller coasters personally, but I refuse to be that guy who goes to an amusement park by myself.
Rally point updated.
Anastasius is dead.
Go to India and find your future wife? How about no? Went to Cedar Point last year and the women barfed on the second right. Oh, second ride. Very embarrassed. Yeah, I've heard Cedar Point's nice. I've never been. I've never been to, really any. The only amusement parks I've been to is Busch Gardens in Williamsburg, Virginia, and then Disney World. So I haven't been to very many, but I do like roller coasters. I think they're fun. I looked at Dreamcast Guy's Blue Sky page and his girlfriend looks... Link it real quick. I'll pull it up. I don't have Blue Sky, so I don't know if you can browse that like you can't browse Twitter or not. The only good thing about Black Ops 6 is zombie. I didn't like the zombies at all. Dude, I fucking hate body armor enemies. There is no reason for that shit to even exist. Like, they did not need to add body armor to fucking zombies. They already ruined the campaign with that shit. I fucking despise Warzone mechanics. Like, oh, let me put my armor plate in, dude. Like, how fucking gay. They have destroyed COD with that shitty fucking Warzone slop.
Restored to combat readiness.
Oscar the 2, I can't get over that Mario and Peach thumbnail. Yeah, I like that picture. It's funny. And definitely not what I want in real life.
7 inches? That's pretty big.
But yeah, I thought it was funny. I saw that shit on Twitter and I was like, oh, I'll save that. That's got good meme potential. Alright, there's the Blue Sky thing. I'll pull it up after this match. Alright. Yeah, the last thing I would ever do if I was dating somebody is show them on the internet. Like, whether I showed my face or not. Like, that's just a recipe for disaster. You should never do that. You should never show your significant other on the internet unless they're also an internet personality, in my personal opinion, but... yeah. Dating, married, whatever it might be. Unless she's like a part of your content, then... nah, it's a bad idea. Because there's too many fucking weirdos out there, man. Too many fucking weirdos. It's really sad that that's the reality, but you know. Again, low trust society, a bunch of fucking scumbags who feel like they need to ruin people's lives over fucking internet drama. So, quite sad, man. Well, DSP did it in a different way, bro. Like, his fucking ex-girlfriend, Panda Lee, was fucking awful. Like, she had one of the worst personalities a woman could ever possibly have. So, that's an entirely different... I'm talking more so about, like, just, you know, posting a picture on like Instagram of you and your girlfriend, and then fucking creepy guys like fucking, you know, track her down and like dox her and try to fuck with her life and that type. That's what I'm more so talking about. DSP had a different, where he brought his obnoxious, annoying girlfriend into his fucking content, and it pissed off a bunch of his fans because, you know, he was changing every aspect about himself to, you know, cater to her. And that's not a good idea because it fucks with the money. So that's two different things. I'm more so talking about the angle of like, if you have somebody that you're dating that's not an internet personality, don't fucking post them and expose them to your audience, because there's fucking people in your audience that don't like you that might fuck with her in order to fuck with you, essentially. That's basically what I'm getting at. So like, let's say the impossible happens and I actually talk to a woman and I start dating her. There is a 0% chance I would even have her like talk into the microphone, because it's like not worth it, man. Not fucking worth it. Unless she does like fucking content creation, which probably will not be the case, but you know, it ain't worth it, man. There's too many fucking weirdos out there. Keep your own shit your own. Let's see. Oh my god, bro, his fucking sweater. Yeah, there you guys go. Look at his fucking bro. He should have sold that as merch, dude. Hell yeah. Buy the Dreamcast guy holiday sweater. And then there's this one too. Yeah, she definitely looks close to 40, which I mean, that's what Dreamcast guy is, so. The problem is she has short hair. If she had longer hair, she would look younger. That's a mistake that a lot of women make, is they cut their hair short and it makes them look dramatically older than they actually are. So, but yeah, I mean, she looks like she's 40, so that's about Dreamcast guy's age, so it's about right.
Bring order to the chapter, brothers.
What a life? What do you mean?
And Astartes is dead.
The tide of battle has turned in our favor.
Well, she's probably going to take care of him when he has his dental surgery, would be my guess. Yeah, he's selling his games, so he's trying to find somebody to buy his game collection for half the value, which is a pretty good deal. So he's selling his game collection off for 50% of the whatever it's fucking called, price charting value.
We lost the advantage. Reclaim it at once.
He should just start selling his stuff on eBay. Buy like a bunch of bubble mailers, get a fucking label printer. You're talking about like 150 bucks total, and then just start selling shit individually. That was a single mom. Yeah, apparently. Nah, I don't have the cash on hand to buy it. I just paid my taxes, so unfortunately my bank account's looking kind of slim right now. I just had to do a $9,600 tax payment. He's selling his collection for like 10,000 bucks apparently. So he's got like $21,000 worth of games according to price charting, and he's selling it for 10 grand, which is actually not a bad deal. So it's just you have to sell all that stuff. He's got like 700 individual items. So logistically it would take a while to sell all those games, but theoretically you can make a pretty decent ROI on it. But you need the storage space, you need the space to process and package, and you need, you know, to list everything individually, which takes a while. His GoFundMe reached 14K now. Nice. So he'll at least be able to get one of the higher tier procedures done, which is good.
Arch enemy closes in on victory.
He has to get his jaw rebuilt, and he's got to get dental implants. So he's getting his teeth removed. He has to get bone grafts on his jawbone because his jaw is like shattered. And then he has to get like implanted dentures into his mouth. So. Because apparently while he was homeless, another homeless guy like beat his fucking ass so bad it like shattered his teeth and jaw. So he's had this problem for a long time, and now it's like hit a critical point where they need to fix it immediately. Yeah, that's the thing. If you got a few like extra bucks or something, just, you know, help him out if you can. 'Tis the season, right? I think, what, today or tomorrow or yesterday was the last day of Christmas, technically. So there you go. You need a last minute gift idea. How can he not scrape together 12 grand? Because 12 grand is probably 4 months of income for him. No, Dreamcast guy is definitely not a, you know, bad person at all. Like, he's just, you know, he's Dreamcast guy, for lack of a better term. He's basically one of the most harmless people on the internet. he doesn't do anything like inherently wrong or, you know, hurts anybody or scams anybody. He's just like a weird guy, basically, that lies too much for his own good over dumb shit. So he's extremely harmless. Creators freedom with the two still playing this toxic masculine game. That's right. It's the only way I can be somewhat of a man.
I can't afford this shit!
Yeah, well, if there's anything you're gonna lie about, video games are like completely fucking harmless, so. That's the thing, is lying about video games is like literally at the bottom of the fucking list of, you know, severity when it comes to what you can lie about. Like, who fucking gives a shit? Oh no, dude, he told a lie about a video game. Like, yeah, it's fun to laugh at, but it's not that big a deal. Like, who gives a shit? I went on the... I'm trying to think. What was the cruise line I went on? I think it was like Holland America or some shit like that. It was a... what are they? Denmark? I don't know. It's European. But I think it's technically owned by Carnival, but it's like a subsidiary. But it's like a higher end one.
To the chapter, brothers.
Yeah, well, Carnival is a party cruise, so just know what you're getting into. I don't know if you're a consumer of those video clips of the, let's just say, I don't know a nice way to put it. Dark Waters. There we go. But yeah. Let's just put it that way. It's definitely a heavily black used cruise line. So you're gonna get a lot of interesting individuals. But it's definitely a party cruise, so if that's what you're looking for, then that's what you'll get.
Reporting for mission.
Rowdy people, yeah. Can you believe that the UK will become the first Islamic country that has nukes? I know. It's fucking batshit crazy, man. The Kang needs to rise up and take control of his country again. Dissolve parliament, reestablish the monarchy, rally the English people behind him, and drive out the invaders. I mean, what the fuck do you have to lose at this point?
Reporting for mission. Refilling magazines. Setting projectiles. Iron Halo online. Support incoming, brothers. Diversion field operational.
Rally point updated.
Don't insult Donkey Kong like that. Oh my god, dude.
Restored to combat.
Drove past Bros City to go to a girl's place? Huh? Oh, you live 30 minutes away from Dreamcast. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, that's smart, bro. Never have the girl come to your place. Unless you've been together for a while and know she isn't crazy.
Reporting for mission.
Our allies are halfway done.
Execute Iron Halo tactics. I return, ready to take my
Like, bro, I would never fucking give anybody my address. Unless I knew him for at least a month or two. Ain't no way.
The arch enemy closes in on victory.
support incoming, brothers. Iron Halo loadout in progress. I expunge you from my bones.
You know us for years, you can give us your address. Not in person, though. Yeah, it's common sense to not trust someone just over the internet. Well, it's not even that, dude. Like, let's say you match with a chick on fucking whatever, Tinder or whatever. I would never give that chick my address. There's no fucking way. I'd have to meet her at least several times in public before I would ever fucking do that. Ain't no way. And that's the bare minimum. And that is the bare minimum. Like, it would probably be like weeks, if not months, before I ever gave him my address personally. Meet in front of a police station? Exactly. I don't trust anybody, dude. I don't invite anybody to my apartment, so... The entire time I was at college, I never brought anybody to my apartment, so... Friend or female. I don't like people being near my shit. Personally. Only Brit? Absolutely not. That is my, you know, my safe space. But yeah, no, I don't like the idea of people being in my place, honestly. Like, you know, unless I know you very well, I don't want you stepping foot in my home. No, thank you. I don't like people, you know, looking at my stuff, rifling through my stuff, you know, touching my stuff. I just like, I don't know, man. I'm a very, I guess, private person with that type of thing. It's 10 degrees. Oh, I should see if it's snowing. Yeah, it's supposed to start snowing it too. Heavy snow in the next hour. Let's see if that's actually factual or not. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Yep. Yeah, dude, it's like completely white outside. That was fast. I'm gonna have to go, oh no, I did cover my car. Never mind, I don't have to do it then. I got like a cover for my windshield on my car, so I don't have to worry about it. Yeah, it's supposed to snow all the way until 1 p.m. Bruh. Holy shit. Damn. Oh yeah, Apollo likes the snow, so he won't care. He won't give a shit. He likes going out in the snow. I don't like going out in the snow. I hate the snow personally. It's coarse, it's rough, it's irritating, and it gets everywhere. I gotta dust off the Timbs, bro. See, Oski with the 2, I just hate having to shovel it out of my drive. Yeah, that fucking sucked. I'm glad I don't have a driveway, personally. What, you're not gonna walk your dog? I just said I gotta dust off the Timbs. Why else would I need to dust off the fucking Timbs if I wasn't gonna walk my dog? Otherwise, I'd just stay inside. Shit. Why would I go out in the snow? Griffin, wait, Griffin can walk? I try, man. I try. You know, I get winded after about 5 minutes, but, you know, I just gotta stop and then I take a quick break, then I can get back up and keep walking. But one step at a time, man. Wait, Timbs are black people shoes, Griff. Why do you wear those? Because I had to go onto a work site for my first project in a warehouse and they required steel toe boots. So I went on Amazon to look for steel toe boots and I saw that Timbs made steel toe boots. So I was like, oh shit, let me get some crisp new Timbs to wear to the fucking work site. So there you go. I have a pair of Timbs that I wear in the wintertime as a result. So why is Call of Duty losing players now? Because you started playing it, Britt, obviously. Ooh, you guys want to hear a racist joke, bro? It kind of plays off of what you said, wing cake, but I can make it better. So you said, yeah, I never got why blacks wear them when they're designed for high-risk jobs. Yeah, exactly. I thought Timbs were work boots. Why do black people need them? So the next time you say that, you'd be like, yeah, I don't even know why black people like Timbs. I thought they were work boots. There you go. There's your racist joke of the night. It's a pretty tame one, but it'll still offend the right people. If they're smart enough to figure it out. Yep, women are perfect angels until an evil man corrupts. Yeah, exactly, dude. Every woman is a victim of sexual assault, aka a man she didn't find attractive looked in her general direction. I'm sure Britt could confirm. Yeah, Britt got a lot of...
Nick got...
locked up in the dog pound. I'm not excited for an Oblivion remake, to be honest. I mean, I think it'd be cool if they did actually do it, but I'm not, like, jumping off the edge of my seat to replay the exact same game again. I should move into the Bop House? What is that? One time a girl got hostile when a guy introduced me. I never recovered. Yeah, that's why I just don't talk to women, dude. It's easier. I do have to go brush off my car at some point, though. I guess I'll do it after the stream. Dude, oh my god. So it stops raining, or not raining, snowing at 1 p.m. Then at 5 p.m. it starts snowing again all the way through the night. Bruh. Oh my god. That's fucking gay as hell, man.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Well, they salt the roads and everything here, so once the sun comes out, most of the snow will melt off the road, but I don't have to go anywhere, yeah. I'll probably just skip going to the gym tomorrow, because I don't really want to drive in the snow. I better tread lightly tomorrow? What's that mean? I can't tread lightly. I weigh 450 pounds, man. Oops. There we go. Let's see. George F with the 5? Oh, we can watch it real quick. Let's see.
Fat mods available for people to use in Marvel Rivals.
Oh my god, I feel represented now.
Lunas, Jesus.
Ew.
Oh, God. Oh, oh, wow. This is hilarious, man. I had no idea they even had this. You know what they should do? They should do like a partnership. That's a good idea. They should do a partnership with Golden Corral, and then have like maybe like if you buy a buffet at Golden Corral, you can get one of these skins in game. Wouldn't this make the hitbox bigger? Because I feel like that'd cause some problems, right? Yeah, because I remember I played Gibraltar in Apex Legends. That caused me a lot of trouble. I kept getting got. Fat mods available for people that...
It's promoting hate based on identity or vulnerability. It's targeted harass. Oh my god. Yeah, you fat fucks can cope. Cope and eat. Cope and eat, bitch. I have those mods installed. I do not. I don't play that shit, bro. I played it once. I didn't really care for it personally. Not my cup of tea. But, you know, to each their own.
This is your gaming weekly news.
Ooh. But the Captain America Trump mod gets... Oh, of course it does. Of course it does, bro. Anything with Trump in a positive light gets banned. Anywhere. God damn, that's loud, man.
Digital Foundry calls Xbox's best 2 games the top graphics of 2024.
Who fucking cares? Yeah, they don't have gameplay. Of course they have good graphics.
Hellblade 2 Senua's Saga and Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. And number 3 being Star Wars Outlaws.
Disgusting.
Hellblade 2 was famously one of the best looking games that came out in 2024, but also had the fewest amount of gameplay segments of most games that you probably played in 2024, but it's undeniable that Ninja Theory really elevated and raised the bar of what games can...
The 3 worst game... Well, I wouldn't say Indiana Jones is one of the worst, but yeah. 3 shit games, basically. Games that aren't actual games. For the
look
most
like
part.
in modern era. The game only runs at 30 FPS. Still, we're far beyond the normal 6-month limit where Xbox is able to get a patch out for 60 frames. But it's my opinion that Ninja Theory probably is not doing a whole lot right now other than planning their next project. Indiana Jones and the Great Circle really won over Digital Foundry with the visual art style and the immersive recreation of a 1980s film for Indiana Jones. In my review, I said that even on id Tech 6, Indiana Jones doesn't even look anywhere near up to the quality standard that we've seen of most games right now. I wasn't super impressed with the way Indiana Jones looked, but it turns out that a lot of other critics thought the total opposite, and they give Indiana Jones number 2 in the spot of graphical showcases that came out this year, along things like Black Myth Wukong, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and so much more. It's interesting to see Xbox take top marks for anything, and when they do, the PlayStation fans, it seems like they're the ones who get upset the most this generation. They have a lot to say about Xbox getting any sort of praise at all, saying things like, oh, it's just a walking tech demo for Hell.
It literally is.
Hellblade, and oh, nobody cares about boring old Indiana Jones and Uncharted 4 better and nonsense like that. But
well, both of those statements are true, so I don't really think that's nonsense, but hey.
The truth is, Xbox is making some really great games, and there's so much to look forward to, which we'll cover a little bit later here in the video. But now,
majority of the 5 that people still think Indiana Jones and the Great Circles is masterpiece. They think so, even though less than 10% of people who played the game actually bothered to beat it. So
all right,
obviously,
awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right,
it's not that great.
now, Hellblade 2 and Indiana Jones: The Great Circle, number 1 and number 2 best looking games according to the tech experts Digital Foundry. Netflix's cult hit new TV series, The Secret Level, has been showcasing and lampooning...
Oh, this shit's fucking retarded, man.
...video games from the beginning of time up until games coming out right now. And its popularity has sparked the interest in games, getting people excited about their favorite franchises and even going back to play them. Turns out, according to a new report from the production team at Secret Level, They went to Microsoft to ask if they could do a Doom and Halo collaboration episode, and Microsoft said, quote, nah.
What? Dude, Microsoft is allergic to good decision making, man. They really are.
This really upset gaming fans, especially Halo fans, who are wondering why Xbox continues to step on the rake when it comes to one of the most prolific franchises in gaming history.
Because Phil Spencer obviously fucking hates it.
Halo has seen its fair share of rakes stepped on, and the franchise is really struggling to have the same popularity it had some 15 or 20 years ago. It turns out that Microsoft, Xbox, or Halo were not the only ones to say no to this collaboration. Valve also denied the permission to use Half-Life 2 in an episode. It seems like if they have something else in the works and they don't want someone else using their IP, I don't think it's the right decision. I've watched a couple episodes of The Secret Level and I haven't been impressed. I think there's some other ones that people have said are really good and other ones are not very good. I think if you're Microsoft, you need to take every opportunity you can to get your IPs, your franchises, and your games out in front of many eyes as humanly possible. The keen eyes of Windows...
Especially Halo, dude. Because Halo is like fucking dead, bro. It's literally dead.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
All right, let's see. So Jethro's Fried Chicken Emporium with the 5 timeout. Majora Jeff. All right.
Central's Jez Corden saw a patent applied for a new next generation dubbed Project Sibile. The controller is detailed.
Well, Halo used to not be rated teen until pussy-ass Microsoft stepped in and made it a fucking kid-friendly, you know, little girls game.
As a direct-to-cloud, similar to Stadia, and a new patent files it showing to be mostly the same Xbox controller, but it seems that the grips have a new haptic motor that can direct high-definition impulses. This patent describes how new motors are spread throughout the device and should actuate consistently irrespective of how the player moves the housing of the controller. The patent also describes the pulses and vibrations can be tuned to mimic a wide variety of sounds and motions, much like the DualSense 5 controller, which came out.
Wait, so is this going to double as a double-ended dildo that you can use like a batarang?
In 2020. It's about time for Xbox.
You can spice up those scissoring sessions.
To get into the 2020s with their controller, but there might be a bit of a wait. Xbox fans have been waiting for this controller that has actual haptic feedback, but the concern is that...
I hate haptic feedback. I don't think that's a feature. I think it's just more of an annoyance, in all honesty. Like Astrobot, I guess, kind of had cool haptics, but at the same time, it kind of got annoying after a while. So it's cool, like, at first, but then it's like, gimmick, not really worthwhile. I have 3 Elite controllers still sealed that I've never opened, but...
Developers would have to make these haptic features available by porting them or developing them into games. But the new patent also describes that the haptic motors will be able to mimic previous style vibrations for backward compatibility on your games.
Griffin, your dick is so small that you actually have to scissor with women to even have sex. Well, it's a good thing I don't talk to women, bro, so I don't have to worry about it.
Another cool feature is that the controller will have a lift to wake feature, meaning you could just pick up the controller if you set that setting on, pick it up off of your couch or table, and it will directly power on, giving you quicker access. Also, direct to cloud access means it will be able to connect easily to other devices, which can be a pain sometimes on Windows or handhelds or other tablets. The controller will also have a new Bluetooth protocol, which will make it more compatible across all different devices and make it much faster and eliminate latency. The problem being that this controller needs to come out right now, and Xbox plans to put it out in the launch of next generation around 2027 or maybe as late as 2028. This isn't what Xbox should be doing. If they can get this controller ready as soon as possible, they should use it now, as they are telling everybody you can get the full Xbox experience on nearly any device that has Xbox Live, Xbox Network, and Xbox Game Pass. And if you're letting people get the full Xbox experience, having a brand new controller with haptics that will make it feel more modern and next generation is actually the bridge gap they should be doing right now. One of the most popular games of 2024 is Black Myth Wukong, and it famously got pulled to have support and porting over to the Xbox Series S and X consoles. This happened around summer of 2024, and the developer stated that they had problems getting the game ported and running performance issues on the Xbox Series S. Microsoft immediately spoke up, and Xbox team said this wasn't the issue. Black Myth Wukong would run on the Xbox Series S. As it turns out, PlayStation actually paid for exclusivity, and not in the way that they normally do. This game was supposed to launch on consoles, but PlayStation wanted to make sure that it got on the console as soon as possible instead of waiting after the PC release, and they paid in to get this game, which made it de facto exclusive to the PlayStation 5. Xbox sat there and did nothing, knowing that the game would also be able to be playable on Xbox Series S. Now Game Science this week is saying again that the Xbox Series S is a problem. This shouldn't be surprising, as on the PS5,
Where's the proof of the secret deal? It doesn't fucking exist. There's your proof that, you know, nobody ever advertised this as an exclusive, which means it's not an exclusive.
barely even runs there. The game on PS5 uses heavy interpolation for resolution and pixels, and also uses frame gen to get a quasi 60 frames mode, which runs around 45 to 55 frames on average on the PS5 and even the PS5 Pro. So you could see that they wouldn't be lying that the game would have many problems on the Xbox Series S. Maybe the game would only run at 30, and if I was Game Science, I wouldn't want Black Myth Wukong running at 30 FPS on a console. But there are no excuses to give here. The Xbox Series S is limited by its RAM pool, 10 gigabytes, when the Steam Deck has 16. 16 gigabytes being mostly on PC, the minimum spec right now in modern games. And the Series S with just 10 is still a problem for some developers. But let's not kid ourselves, 90 to 95% of games are running and ported and released day and date on the Xbox Series S console. Outer Worlds 2 and Avowed are coming from Obsidian, and there are so many more games which we're going to show here that are coming out from the Xbox Game Studios team and their publishers. It looks like a fantastic year for Xbox, but still, the games journalist segments are still concerned about Xbox and it's do or die no matter which game is set to be released. A recent article from Fandom Wire says, with Avowed and Outer Worlds 2, Obsidian's 2025 is stacked, but either one failing will hurt Xbox badly. How many times are we going to hear this? We heard it with Starfield. We heard it with Redfall. We heard it with Hellblade 2. We heard it with Indiana Jones. Most of Xbox's games have done fairly well, have boosted Game Pass subscribers, although fairly small, but there has been success across the Xbox platform regardless. The problem with this article that I have to outline is that it's always a do or die, where they outline that the consoles are not selling. Xbox consoles have slowed down their sales significantly. And why wouldn't they? They have told you since 2016.
Why wouldn't they? Because there's no reason to fucking buy one, and there's no good games coming out that would make people buy it as their second console or platform.
That you do not need to buy an Xbox if you want to play their games. This is what Fandom Wire's article said. Xbox games have a history of failing at launch. For example, Anthem, Mass Effect Andromeda, No Man's Sky, Redfall, and Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. Oh, you know, I had a good friend that told me anybody can make a website and anybody can write articles and be a games media journalist, but Anthem, Mass Effect Andromeda, and No Man's Sky are not even Xbox's games. In fact, No Man's Sky didn't even release on the Xbox till over a year after released as exclusive to PlayStation. This is the problem, the cognitive dissonance of fans, the perception they have of Xbox, where they don't even know which games even come from Xbox themselves. Of course, Redfall was a massive failure. Closed the studio. It was awful. Mass Effect and Anthem are EA's games and BioWare's games.
Yeah, it was awful, but
gosh dang it, I've had so much fun playing it.
I love hearing that.
Closed the studio. Come from Xbox themselves. Of course, Redfall was a massive failure. Closed the studio. It was awful. But gosh dang it, I've had so much fun playing it.
What do you mean? Come on, bro.
Mass Effect and Anthem are EA's games and BioWare's games. And No Man's Sky, here's the problem. Xbox has more than one way to measure their success. And most of the success is measured by monthly active users, which Xbox is doing a phenomenal job with. Their revenue is actually higher than Nintendo's right now. The whole concept of saying Xbox is do or die, if Avowed, and this is my
What's that profit margin looking like, though?
prediction, Avowed may come out at a high 70, and maybe it won't boost Game Pass subscribers very high. It's not a very big game in and of itself. Now, the success of Xbox does not live or die by how many consoles they sell, and it certainly doesn't live or die by how many games they sell. And until people like the games journalists that don't understand that Xbox has a measured success, we're going to continue to hear...
Wait. You really don't think it matters how many games they sell? So if Activision Blizzard games stop selling completely, Microsoft is going to be perfectly okay with that?
Of days, as every single game comes out, Doom, the Dark Ages, if Xbox doesn't nail this, it's over. And then it'll be if Fable doesn't just kill it, it's over. And yeah, that's just what you're going to have to deal with if you're an Xbox fan. They're doomed for eternity. 2025 looks incredible, and it's pretty phenomenal. A couple of these games will probably slip into 2026, and at this point, they might just have to, because there are too many that are going to be set in the last half of 2025, because the early part of this year is already stacked. In a week or so, we'll get an announcement for the Developer Direct, and that's where we'll get the big highlight for the games that are coming in this year. This is a really good time to be an Xbox fan. This is CultEastWood, and that is your gaming weekly news. Thank you.
It is not a good time to be an Xbox fan. I don't even know how you could be an Xbox fan at this point. What are you a fan of? Failure, lies, under-delivered, fucking, expectations. It's just like, there's nothing. Like, the only thing that's good about Xbox right now is you don't have to buy their console to play their games anymore. So you can completely avoid the Xbox ecosystem if you don't want to fucking get involved with it. That's literally the only benefit. That's the only reason you should be a fan of what Xbox is doing, is you don't have to actually get one anymore. You can play your games where you actually want to, because why on God's green earth would you want the Xbox at this point?
So much for checking this video out. What a great holiday season it's been. What a great end of the year. There's been so much going on. And in a week or so, it's going to ramp up again. It's on this channel. I'll have reports, I'll have previews, and I'll have reviews for games. There's a ton to cover, especially when we get into the middle of January. From then on, it's totally packed. If you ended up enjoying this video, let me know by liking and subscribing to the channel. Hit the bell to be notified of new content. If you want to further support what we're doing here on the CultEastWood channel, I need to take a breath. You can hit the join button below. That'll get you early access. It's over here. Early access.
The only thing I'm looking forward to in January is Donald J. Trump ascending the throne of humanity. Aside from that, there's not really anything happening in January. Yeah, we'll see if Trudeau actually resigns today. That's been leaked two or three times before, so anything's possible. Majorage F with a 10. Timeout, I'm key. All right, can do. Yeah, the January 6th anniversary. You guys want to go meet up at the Capitol? Hell yeah, bro. He did it again. Oh my God. He got caught peeking in the girls' restroom. I forgot that South of Midnight game is coming. Is it actually? Ew, I really don't want to play that. I thought that was coming out in like spring.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Man who hasn't peeked in the girls' restroom? Me. I've never been in a girls' bathroom my entire fucking life. I'm proud of it, man. Love the RTU audio clips.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Bro. BlackRock will never go bankrupt. Because unless, well, they can, but unless the people who put their money in BlackRock go bankrupt, BlackRock's not going bankrupt. So as long as people work and have 401ks and have investment accounts, BlackRock will be fine. George F with the 2. Let's see what this is. Oh yeah, we can watch this. Oops. Wrong tab. There we go.
What's up, everybody? It is the Xbots Kidsmoove, and I'm back with another quick video. And
why is he using a green screen? All right. What the fuck is the point of having a green screen if you just put the full fucking uncropped image over top? Like, no. What is the point? I don't know, man. I really have to wonder. Why even make a face cam video at all?
probably shouldn't say quick because I don't know how long this video is going to be, but today I want to talk about Xbox Developer Direct, and this is something Xbox has been doing consistently over the last 2 years, and I think they're successful, like pre-shows before their big show. The first one was 2023, which featured, I want to say, Redfall, Minecraft Legends, Hi-Fi Rush, which was a surprise game, and I think one of the Age of Empires game, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, and I believe they also had like a third-party game there as well. Same thing with last year, which featured Avowed, Indiana Jones. There was the year before that also had Forza. My bad. For 2023, it was Redfall, Minecraft Legends, Forza, and Hi-Fi Rush, and then I think there was I think one of those Xbox global publishing games. 2024 had Avowed, Indiana Jones, Hellblade 2, a game from Square Enix. I forget what it is, and I believe I think Age of Mythology or something like that, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong there. I'm tweaking on the fifth game. Now, this year's interesting because this year Xbox got some bangers. Not like the previous years they didn't have bangers.
Yeah, some bangers, dude.
Bangers.
They have Doom. That's it. Everything else looks like shit.
But what they've been historically doing is they'll give you like major first-party games that's coming out this year, but they typically save the banger, the marquee title for the showcase in 2020 for the summer showcase. For 2023, Starfield closed the summer showcase. It didn't have a developer direct, but it had its own direct at the summer showcase. Last year, Black Ops 6 wasn't a part of the developers direct, but it had its own developer direct after the Xbox game showcase. Both successful, the massive numbers, and those games were ultimately the biggest games for them in those respective years. Now, this year, Call of Duty obviously is still expected to be the biggest game, but I think it's going to be something a little different in terms of how they treat the showcase. So the Xbox Developer Direct, I personally believe that there will be 6 games shown opposed to the typical 5, but they still will visit 5 studios. And of those studios, obviously 4 of them will be their in-house first party, either Bethesda, Activision, Xbox Game Studios, and then one third-party partner. Last year was Square Enix. The year before that, I think it was I forget who it was the year before that. But just to get it out the way, right? I do believe that the third-party or the second-party studio that will be there will be Rebellion Games, and Rebellion Games will be showcasing Atomfall. I think Atomfall is
that Fallout clone. I forgot about that.
Like one of the bigger games, or one of those games coming into Game Pass that's like, hey, I think it's slightly sliding under the radar, but I think they'll have a good detailed showing. They'll visit the studio there and they'll give us more of Atomfall. But I think Atomfall is going to be essentially a pretty big game for Game Pass, and I think they want to showcase that there at the showcase. And I wouldn't be surprised if Atomfall is
Yep, Doom is the only potentially good game coming from Microsoft this year. Everything else looks like slop.
Third-party representation at the Xbox Developer Direct. Now, for first-party, though, I do believe that Obsidian will be back, of course, because Obsidian is releasing 2 games this year. Now, last year they were there with Avowed. Avowed, unfortunately, got delayed out of 2024, and it's coming out in February. We know Xbox Developer Direct typically does their showcases in January. So because the game's going to be right around the corner, I do expect Avowed to be there, but not have a full-blown. I think it will be a shared showcase between, obviously they're going to show, like, just to remind everybody, Avowed, they're going to do one more, trailer, like the Going Gold trailer or something like that. They'll show one more trailer of Avowed, some more gameplay of it, talk a little bit about it. Maybe they confirm a performance mode for the Xbox Series X consoles.
Maybe they announce the PS5 port too, because Doom is launching day and date on PlayStation. The Outer Worlds 2 is launching day and date on PlayStation. Apparently Fable is going to PlayStation. So we shall see.
Available at launch. They still have to show off naturally the third person the third person gameplay. I think we saw it in previews. I believe they were showing off in previews, but they, obviously where they control the narrative, we want them to show off the third person action portion. And then the release date's already live. Is February 18th. There's 5-day early access on Avowed. So I do believe that they do come back, they spend maybe 5 to 7 minutes on Avowed and maybe confirm a performance mode. And that's just me wishing. But I think the majority of Obsidian showing will be for Outer Worlds 2, which was just revealed in December. It confirmed it's coming out this year. They won't give a solid release date, but we'll find out the release is sometime, I want to say fall 2025 or late summer. I think Outer Worlds 2 is probably slated for like a September release, honestly. I can see that potentially happening. And then the next...
I would be shocked if Doom has DEI shit in it, because Doom Eternal openly mocked leftist shit. So, they had that whole controversy where they had like immigration jokes and everything like that about, the demons essentially being like illegal immigrants and all that type of crap. So they're a Texas studio, so I don't think they're as brain rotted as the rest of the gaming industry. So I would actually be surprised if they had anything woke in there personally, unless Microsoft like literally mandates it, but we'll see.
Next game I think that will also be at the Xbox Developers Direct is South of Midnight. Now, South of Midnight have been showcased ever since its debut, I think at last year's E3 or their Summer Game Showcase. And then they had the documentary that dropped, I want to say, a couple months ago. They've been sharing gameplay snippets. They showed off combat. They showed off traversing. They just been sharing beats. They introduced like the actors who are playing some of the characters. In the game, every time it's shown, it just looks awesome. So I anticipate South of Midnight to be there, definitely to be there at this Developer Direct, and I do expect we get a release date.
Yeah, it just looks so awesome, dude.
Personally expecting, considering you got Avowed in February, I'm expecting South of Midnight to be a March-April release, and I do think we get a release date, a solid release date for South of Midnight. There's been a lot of rumors about Elder Scrolls Oblivion remake. If it's coming out when we think it's coming out and they think it's like a summer 2025 game, they already said some studio is working on it in collaboration with Bethesda. If this is the truth, I do expect that to be one of the definitely one of the games there, and I expect this game to look good. They show off a lot of like comparisons. I expect this to be a June release, and I think they give us a release date with this. Looking forward to that. I think so. Right now we got Adamfall, Avowed, and Outer Worlds 2, South of Midnight, Oblivion, right? Sixth game, I believe in the fifth studio, I think they showcase at Xbox Developer Direct is Doom: The Dark Ages. This is an Xbox game, Studios Bethesda game. Yes, it's multi-plat, along with the Outer Worlds, but this is a big game. This is long awaited. It's anticipated. They're gonna have a deep dive. It's due for a deep dive. A lot of people said this game was further along than we thought. So we'll see it here. I believe that would be more so the final game that is shown is Doom: The Dark Ages, and I think we also get a release date as well. I think for all the games that are shown,
we already have a release date for Doom: The Dark Ages. It comes out in fucking March. We know what we get a release date. We already have one.
We will get a release date for.
Hopefully they announce another helmet edition for Doom: The Dark Ages, because I want to get another helmet.
5 out of the 6 games, I think only game that gets a release of window is Outer Worlds 2. But I think Doom: The Dark Ages will have a release date. I think South of Midnight will have a release date. Avowed obviously already have an existing release date. Adamfall, and that's just my third-party guess. I expect to be there. And I think that game already has a release date for some time in March, if I'm not mistaken. And that's coming to Game Pass. Now, you guys might notice, and in Oblivion, I think we'll have a release date to remake. I think they're close enough to be able to put a firm release date for that as well. Now, you guys are saying, hey, Smooth, what about the biggest game Xbox is dropping? I was not named Call of Duty. Fable. I think Fable is the marquee game.
I don't fucking care about Fable. The more they show Fable, the less I give a shit about it. It looks like your typical run-of-the-mill, shitty, millennial writing movie game with a diverse cast of characters that none of which I like.
This year, I like it is what it is. That is the game. You know, Call of Duty is going to do what Call of Duty does, but Fable is the Xbox IP. This is Xbox's Halo. This is Xbox's Gears of War, pretty much.
No, it's not. Fable has never been that popular. What the fuck is he talking? Fable has always been niche. Fable has never been anywhere near remotely as popular as Gears and Halo. What the fuck is he smoking?
Do this year, and it's due this fall. I don't think Fable shows up at the developer direct. I do think they will confirm.
Fable has always been a niche game. I don't understand where the fuck that's coming from.
That Fable, I think Playgrounds will have a snippet and confirm that, hey, you know, they will be showing Fable at the Xbox Game Showcase in the summer for their own developer direct. That will be taking place. They'll either confirm that at the developers direct, or they'll confirm it at some point, maybe when they announce the summer showcase, probably in I think in May, late May. I forget when they typically announce the summer showcase. I don't know if they do it a month in advance or if they do it like maybe 3 weeks in advance when they do that. But I do think Fable is going to close the show with its own direct. I think Call of Duty, they might do something, even it will be a part of the summer showcase. I don't think it'll close again. I think it'll probably open Xbox's showcase, and then they'll close with Fable in its own developer direct deep dive. But technically, what Xbox has been doing when they close out their summer showcase with a game with the direct, like with Starfield, those games still are a part of the show in some capacity. It'll just be like a small, trailer, and then it's shown again as a, their deep dive, which has been going pretty well. So I'm looking forward to the Xbox developers direct. I think we will get, honestly, I'm going to go ahead and say that we get the Xbox developer direct Xbox Wired posting on January 6th, which is Monday, or January 7th, and I think it will be, I forget what day these directs go live. I don't know if they go live on a Thursday or if they go on a Sunday. I forget, man. I think they go live in the middle of the week, but I'm going to say the direct is going to be somewhere between the 20th and the 20th and the 24th of January. But I do think we get the announcement, the Xbox Wire posting, by Monday or Tuesday of next week, January 6th or January 7th. But let me know your thoughts in the comment section below. What are you looking forward to seeing? What games you hope are going to be at the Xbox Direct? A lot of every game I mentioned, there are no surprises. A lot of people, want surprises. I've seen things where people, anticipate Clockwork Revolution to be there. That would be awesome if they, did that. Contraband and stuff like that. I think Clockwork Revolution and Contraband and even State of Decay 3 will return this summer at the showcase with target release dates for next year in the summer. But Xbox is smacking this year. There's enough content for Xbox this year for stuff that I think is going to be at the developer direct, for things that are rumored to come out that I don't know about. I feel like there's enough content from Xbox to release a decent amount of games that are just straight up regular multi-plats, and to release a decent amount of games that are just Xbox exclusive, whether they're timed or not, whatever. They have content to do that. And honestly, as an Xbox fan, I would actually prefer Xbox to be be the publisher that can produce, multi-platform games that feeds all platforms.
Yeah, the guy who literally was bragging about exclusivity for years when they bought Bethesda, when the prospect of them buying Activision, now all of a sudden he wants them to be multi-plat. Isn't it funny how things change, man? Things can change so very quickly in this industry. Crazy. Very, very crazy. Let's see. So Brett with the 5, YawnYea made a new video. Can we watch? It's very original. I guess so.
Forms and still have something to feed its platform exclusively on its consoles and Game Pass and its ecosystem. But that's my video for today. Thank you guys for watching. As always, Xbox is the best box. I am the best spot. Good night or good morning if you're on the other side of the globe. I'm out of here. Peace.
Let's see. YawnYea. Ubisoft's worst year ever.
Hello everyone. So obviously this is not my usual setup. I am doing a bit of traveling right now, so for now this will have to do. But first things first, I wanted to wish you guys a happy 2025, a happy new year. 2024 was a great year for me, and I'm just really happy to have you guys sticking around, and I'm just really happy to be here, and I'm excited to see what 2025 holds. But who's probably not having the best new year? Ubisoft. I kind of want to give you guys a rundown of what transpired in 2024, because that may very well be the worst year that Ubisoft has ever...
No virginity wall? Nope.
seen as a company, and one of the worst years that I've seen a gaming company go through, just one miss after another. And what that means for Ubisoft in 2025 and what they have to do to come back if they have a chance to do so. So it all began back in late 2023 when Avatar Frontiers of Pandora launched, and late 2023 is still part of fiscal year 2024 for Ubisoft. Not only did Avatar Frontiers of Pandora not have sales figures disclosed, which
absolute fucking trash game.
Usually happens when a game sells poorly enough or companies just don't want to flaunt that, but also this is a game that saw 40% off its price point less than 2 weeks after launch, just 12 days after its release. So not a lot of
Dragon Age had the same thing.
people bought this game that was licensed, Avatar being this obviously huge IP. They made essentially an open world out of it, and that was just not something that sold numbers that Ubisoft would expect. It didn't do, Assassin's Creed numbers or even Far Cry numbers. Then came the launch of Skull and Bones in early 2024, and with that, a report on February of 2024 that Skull and Bones launched.
Yeah, he looks like he's in one of those like rental office space buildings.
To less than 1 million players total, and also includes free trial players. So within that 1 million players total, a significant portion of that was because the game had a free trial. So in terms of the people who stayed after the free trial, that is a significantly lesser portion of that 1 million players total. So Skull and Bones kind of crashed and burned. While they're still planning to make seasonal content for it, currently if you look at Steam charts, you can see that player numbers are in the low triple digits. The all-time peak is nothing to really flaunt about. So this is a game that is in dire straits. Ubisoft wants to stick with it for the long term by continuing to release seasonal content, but whether that is a good idea or not, whether that will be just a waste to invest in a game that doesn't really seem to be picking up, I suppose only time will tell. And then in May of 2024, Ubisoft canceled the live service The Division Heartland. The company said that they'll move resources to bigger opportunities such as XDefiant and Rainbow Six. Funny thing about XDefiant is that it would later shut down, as I've reported on numerous times. So yeah, The Division was supposed to receive a new entry, was supposed to be...
Yeah, maybe he is in the Soylent offices. You never know.
Play shooter, and just things didn't go well for that particular project. And then in late 2024 came the launch of Star Wars Outlaws, and that is one game that you'd expect to sell quite a few units, given that it's Star Wars we're talking about, but the appeal of it...
Yeah, nope.
Throughout the marketing campaign just didn't resonate, and so on September of 2024, it was reported that Star Wars Outlaws...
Why didn't it resonate, Young?
Has sold just 1 million copies in the month since it launched. From major AAA game like Star Wars Outlaws, for something that had so much money invested into it, on top of the fact that it had a license, the Star Wars IP, it needed to sell way more units than this for it to return the expenses, and it just didn't manage to do that. 1 million copies in a month for a AAA game of this scale by Ubisoft standards, by AAA publisher standards, is just an abysmal result. Rumor has it that Star Wars Outlaws sold even less than Avatar Frontiers of Pandora did. There's also the fact that Prince of Persia Lost Crown, that is unfortunately a game that I think suffered in its marketing, but turned out to be a really good game. It's a great Metroidvania that unfortunately got lost by the wayside when it comes to the gaming community's interest in it, and so it sold rather poorly. So
Daryl, some of the two. What if YawnYea is your coworker? He's not. I don't work in voice acting, bro. Come on now.
Poorly, in fact, that Ubisoft decided to disband the team behind Prince of Persia The Lost Crown, which is a shame because they actually made a really good game, and I feel like if the team was nurtured to continue to make games like these, this is something that could have grown over time, but Ubisoft wants immediate results, and so they go for kind of the trend-chasing experiences that they believe will surely, bring in the profits that they're looking forward to. And then came the shutdown of XDefiant. This is something that I reported on previously with other videos. Well, XDefiant would also turn out to be a poor investment, as the free-play game could not maintain itself, it did not draw in enough players, and it did not have...
They didn't even put that shit on Steam, which is what's crazy, man. Not launching XDefiant on Steam was like just literally begging for the game to fail.
Have enough recurrent spending from players for it to be something that Ubisoft could keep pouring money into with continuous seasonal updates. And so not only did Ubisoft shut down XDefiant in late 2024, but they also laid off half of its team, nearly 300 people. And this is despite the fact that Ubisoft leadership, in particular XDefiant's game director, promised that the game would not be shutting down, that they had year 2 still planned. And this was a promise that not only players were led to believe, but also developers. And so the developers who thought, they would be employed for longer and that Ubisoft would continue to try to give this game the support that, say, Rainbow Six Siege got despite its rough launch, or For Honor got despite its rough launch. It ultimately didn't get that, and so it came as a surprise to both players and developers alike. And those are just the projects that sold disappointingly, or the ones that led to studios getting shut down or people getting laid off. There's still the delayed titles to speak of, so there's Prince of Persia, The Sands of Time remake, which was supposed to launch some time back, but the trailer for it was so poorly received that Ubisoft decided to essentially rebuild it from the ground up, and so the release date of The Sands of Time remake has been pushed back to all the way to 2026, and so it's even more waste of time, money, and resources into a project that's going through a rough development process. And then there's, of course, Assassin's Creed Shadows, which was supposed to launch in late 2024, but was delayed to 2025. I believe it's reported that developers insisted on this delay because the game was just not ready for release, and then there are
We was samurai.
all of the marketing issues surrounding Assassin's Creed Shadows with cultural elements that people have deemed to be kind of inconsiderate in the way they have not been fully authentic in some regards, or not fully gotten the significance of certain things, like this one piece of figurine or merchandise that had the one-legged Torii Gate, which has some dark implications behind it. It is a remnant of the Nagasaki bombing, and so the fact that we're trying to make merch out of that, like the fact that they didn't do the research to be able to see why that'd be wrong, and among other things, just caused a lot of controversy for this title. But it is an Assassin's Creed game, and ultimately this...
Like what? What other things, Young? The fact that they put a We Was Samurai as a main character, when every other fucking Assassin's Creed game has had someone from the native population star in their own, setting. But we're not going to talk about that.
This tends to be a series that sells incredibly well, and with the Japan setting kind of garnering so much attention, I do think that Assassin's Creed Shadows will be a bit of an uptick for Ubisoft's finances, but...
It'll do okay, but it won't do as well as they're hoping for.
one game alone can't carry an entire company, so what else they have in 2025 will determine whether they can recover from this awful, abysmal year, or if they're just going to rely on Assassin's Creed Shadows to build themselves back up, which this by itself I don't see having that kind of effect. And then you have the games that who knows when the hell they'll come out. Beyond Good and Evil 2. This is a game that was announced forever ago, and it seems like it'll still take forever for it to release, but they insist as of June 24th, 2024 that Beyond Good and Evil 2 still exists, that it's still in development. But once again, it's another case of a game's troubled development that has led to a lot of manpower, money, and resources being wasted. Just a huge time and money sink, which is the last thing that Ubisoft needs right now, with project after project, endeavor after endeavor failing for them, especially in 2024. And then tie up in all of that are things like the strike that happened back in late 2024, where a bunch of Ubisoft France staff walked out on a 3-day strike and dispute over homeworking and pay. A lot of workers are fighting for remote work to be standardized and, having in-office work to not be...
Wait, what happened? What happened to the whole fucking narrative that, the games industry couldn't fucking function because none of them were in the office? Yong. Are you telling me that now game devs are fighting for the right to work from home, but your fucking excuse for why every fucking game dev was like slacking off and not able to release shit is because they weren't able to be in the collaborative work environment? Yeah, dude, I was saying that was a bullshit excuse since 2020, and all these, well, they're not in the office, bro. It's not the same. Now we literally have game devs like trying to go on strike to work from fucking home versus in the office. So what the fuck changed here? Isn't that interesting?
Mandated, especially 3 days a week.
What the fuck was that? Hold on, something just crashed outside my window. I want to go see what it was. Give me a second. Yeah, it was like a snow plow, I think, outside, and it just like smashed into something. I can't see that far. I'd have to go walk outside to go see, but yeah, I don't know, bro. Yeah, a snow plow was going down the street, and then all of a sudden just went. So I don't know. It spooked my dog too. He jumped up.
And, it has been proven, especially throughout COVID, that remote work and, functioning from remote locations is entirely possible. It's just a safer, more convenient option that allows for better work-life balance and doesn't force people to move, cross-country or whatnot and upend their lives to work for a company that then just might lay them off anyway. We're talking about an industry that's very unstable when it comes to long-term employment, so remote work at the very least gives them some kind of safety net, and so workers are protesting that. Hundreds of Ubisoft staff. And then beyond the internal strife, there's...
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering, if it hit somebody's car. I don't know.
The fact that Ubisoft has been performing so poorly financially that they're actually thinking of a buyout and taking the company private alongside Tencent, but even within that...
Either that or like scraped on a manhole cover or something. I don't know. That was really loud though.
They have issues with disputes over who gets to control the company, with Tencent wanting greater control, but the GMOs not accepting that. The GMOs still ultimately want to be in charge. They don't want Tencent to take over, and so even that aspect is seeing a lot of trouble and a lot of turmoil. So it's just been failure after failure, internal strife, internal turmoil, and just them having to weigh their options as the company's downfall continues. And so I honestly don't know how 2025 will shape out.
I will go after I finish streaming to go clear my car off and shovel around it, but I don't know. I don't think it was mine because my car is not parked out front, so...
For Ubisoft, among the major AAA publishers, this is the company that feels like it's in most trouble, and Assassin's Creed Shadows will have to do gangbusters for it to give investors any semblance of confidence that Ubisoft can start making a comeback. But over the long term, for Ubisoft to maintain itself, Assassin's Creed Shadows by itself won't do. They'll have to release a consistent cadence of high-quality titles that sell well, but it feels like the staleness of a lot of their game releases has kind of caught up to them, which is why the likes of Star Wars Outlaws and Avatar Frontiers of Pandora, which use a lot of the same blueprint as other Ubisoft games, just haven't sold as well. And so Ubisoft will have to make some dramatic changes in their output and in the way they work and develop games and the budgetary elements.
Where's my car parked? Away from my building.
To take the creativity up another level if they intend...
I don't know exactly what to say in a fucking parking lot, I guess.
To re-spark interest from both players and investors alike, or this downfall will continue until Ubisoft implodes and just ultimately becomes not viable as a company to compete in the long term. When the landscape is filled with so many other companies who have this consistent output and have established themselves with IPs and games that output quality and that people look forward to. Ubisoft is just starting to lose the plot here, and 2025 will be a vital year. How they handle 2025 will say a lot about whether they are long for this world or whether they will fizzle out unceremoniously. And so yeah, this is a company to keep an eye out for, especially with the beloved IPs that they have under their umbrella. Hopefully either Ubisoft will do right by those IPs or they'll find better homes. Or at the very least, that's one man's take. Let me know in the comments below what your thoughts and opinions are on the current state of Ubisoft and the turmoil that they went through in 2024 and what you think they need to do in 2025 for them to recover. Share your thoughts in the comments below, and to be further updated on all things gaming news, reviews, and discussions, stay tuned right here on YawnYea. I'll see you guys next time. YawnYea out.
Oh my god, dude. That was such a great video. So insightful. I've stopped coping. What the fuck? Can we watch Act Man now? Sure, Britt, if you give me $20 dues. But otherwise, no. It's going to be the exact same list everyone else has. I'm not playing a Violet Myers video. That shit's gross, dude. SARS, do not redeem. No. What's so fucking stupid?
Which, oh, by the way, I didn't show this before. So there was a mod on Marvel Rivals that turned Captain America, obviously, into, guess who? Old Donald, right? And then, of course, Nexus Mods has banned the mod. Big surprise. Trump is Captain America, and the mod you were looking for could not be found.
People were also quick to point out the double standards of this platform, which always ignored mods made for Biden or Obama and allowed users to upload mods critical of Trump, while instantly shutting down a seemingly positive mod that was going viral.
Modding is fundamentally player freedom. Why do people like modding? Why do people think modding is cool? Well, it gives them freedom to do what they want with the game. And then you actively suppress that freedom. You're running into a pretty big problem here, aren't you? As soon as people realize that they're not able to get the mods that they want, Nexus Mods keeps banning more things, then yeah, there'll be more people that move away from it. I mean, if you allow mods that sexualize characters that are canonically underage, but you disagree with having a mod that turns Captain America into...
Why don't people just make a different modding site? Like, it seems like a no-brainer, honestly. Like, someone should just make an alternative mod site, because I always hear about how shitty Nexus Mods is. Like, why can't somebody just make a fucking, you know, alternative to it, and then just make all the fucking advertisement money themselves?
And to Donald Trump, your priority system is completely distorted, and you shouldn't have any sort of administrative control over anything. If this is your tier list of values, there's something wrong with you.
The problem is the wrong people worm their way in and take it over. Well, yeah, you don't have to. You could just literally have a fucking website with the mods loaded on there that people can download. Like, that's a pretty basic website, right? Literally just have a way for people to upload fucking mods and then hit download. I don't really feel like that'd be super expensive, but... don't really feel like that'd be a hard thing to do. The streams are much better when Griff isn't talking. Well, you can pay to mute me at any time, I'm Key. You can pay to mute me at any fucking time. George F with the 2? Yeah.
I tried every single one of these, and not only did I think that they were all delicious, I also loved how creamy and smooth the drink's texture was. I actually looked forward to drinking Soylent every day.
With that shitty fucking cyberpunk fucking poster in the background, too, which makes it even worse. Sucking down Keanu Reeves' cum shot. Majora Jeff with the 2. There's a mod website called Game Banana. Yeah, I don't really mod, so I don't really keep track of any of that stuff, but I feel like it'd be pretty easy to make an alternative. If I gave you $60, could I mute you for an hour? That'd be 30 minutes. Because I'm at the normie rate. But yeah, I guess so. if you really wanted to.
I can't afford this shit!
Let's see. Majora Jeff with the 2. Would you make a video reviewing Soylent? No. I'm not drinking that fucking slop, so... I don't want to drink anything that's like literal fucking goy slop. Nah, I would never even buy a Soylent, much less drink one. That shit's gross. No, thank you. How much money is to end the stream? Someone gave me $100, I'd end it. There you go. Or I could just leave it running for an hour and then end it. I don't know. Whichever one you wanted, I don't care. I've already been live for 5 hours anyway, so. Just beat Cerberus in Final Fantasy 15. Really good boss fight. Yeah. They made the ending sequence so much better at the end of that game. Someone give Griffin $100. Yeah, please. I need that money. And remember.
That's not begging. That's advertisement.
Yeah, if you really hate me that much, you could just, you know. I'll leave, like, the stream running. With, like, some slop-ass footage in the background or whatever, but. Or I can just end it. You can give me 100 cents. Nah, there's something else I want from you, Britt. People, $100 to quit streaming, lol. 2025 wild. Nah, I've done that before. Somebody gave me $100 before to end the stream. That's why I said that. Somebody asked, like, would you end the stream for $100? I said, sure. And they sent it, and I was like, all right, bye. And then I wrapped up for the night. So, yeah, it's actually happened. I think it happened twice, if I'm not mistaken. Somebody's done it twice, 2 different people, but, yeah. $350. Brit with the 1.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
You said 100 cents, Brit? That's 99, so. Not only are you a cheap fuck, but you're also a liar. You guys are dumb pay pigs? Well, walk over to the trough then. There's an almost 4-hour video of just Aerith cutscene. Oh yeah, I've watched that. I bet Griffin made that video. Nope, but I have watched it. I had it on in the background on my TV one day. I was like, oh, let's relive the good old times.
You're fucking poor!
Dreamer X with the 1. There you go. At least you can count, unlike Brit. We got a rogue mod. $100 to leave the Aerith 4 hour. I'll do that. I can do that. That means I got to stay up till 8:15, but I can do it. I can stay up all night. The guards took the photo with her. Oh, okay. I don't know what you're talking about. No, I didn't clip it. We can do that real quick. Oh, actually, hold on. It's not going to be quick. Give me a second. I got to download it and then send it to my computer. Because it's on my gay station. Whoa. Jesus. Fuck, did that thing like bounce around so much? Sound effects. Let me send it to myself real quick. This video isn't ready yet. Why? Alright, well I can't download it yet. Now I guess what I could do is just go here. Let's see. I could just do it this way. Oh, that's the platinum trophy. Okay.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Alright, so what I can do, I'm gonna mute myself real quick.
Did you get the file?
In my hands.
Our sources tell us that all of these targets are in one place right now. A huge sub-bay and mining facility on the coast of Argentina. We heard rumors the Nazis are closing in on a lost relic with immense powers. We need more information. We're sending you to South America. Find out what you can about this relic and report back to us.
How do I contact you?
Use the Nazis' communication center.
Understood.
One more thing. The Nazis have organized a special task force called the GGG, or Gegengeist Group.
Anti-ghost group?
Literally, yes. The GGG was established to experiment in the occult. Anything that could help Hitler succeed. Their leader and founder is Jürgen Wolf. The file you have lists many GGG officers and their SS conspirators, including Jürgen Wolf.
Alright. So let me get that opened. That's an easy way to do it, I guess. Just record it on OBS. Drop it in here. Alright. There we go. So
Use the Nazis' communication center.
Understood.
One more thing. The Nazis have organized a special task force.
Understood.
One more thing. The Nazis have organized a special task force called the GGG, or Gegengeist Group.
Anti-ghost group?
Literally, yes. The GGG was established to experiment in the occult. Anything that could help Hitler succeed.
there we go. Alright. So let's see. Audio gain. We gotta boost that up a lot. More. Shit. So quiet. I don't know why PlayStation recordings are so quiet.
I can't afford this shit!
The Nazis have organized a special task force called the GGG. Gegengeist group.
Anti-ghost group.
Literally, yes.
Alright, so...
The GGG was established to experiment in the occult. Anything that could help Hitler succeed.
There we go.
The Nazis have organized a special task force called the GGG. The GGG was established to experiment in the occult. Anything that could help Hitler succeed.
Wait, hold on.
To experiment.
Let's see. I'm gonna try this real quick. So...
Established to experiment.
Hold on.
Established to experiment in the occult. Anything that could help. Anything that could help.
Let's see.
Help Hitler succeed.
Let's try this real quick.
The GGG. The GGG was established to help Hitler succeed.
Oh, I have to clean that up a little bit.
Help Hitler succeed. Help Hitler succeed. Established to help Hitler succeed.
There we go. It got rid of the occult part. That's what I was trying to do.
The Nazis have organized a special task force called the GGG. The GGG was established to help Hitler succeed.
That's better. I like that better. All right, that's good. That's good. I think that's perfect.
The Nazis have organized a special task force called the GGG. The GGG was established to help Hitler succeed.
All right, perfect. Let me check the audio real quick. Oh, wait, fuck. I didn't click over here.
The Nazis have organized a special task force called the GGG.
It needs to be a little louder.
The GGG was established to help Hitler succeed.
There we go, man. We got the lore now.
The Nazis have organized a special task force called the GGG. The GGG was established to help Hitler succeed.
Hell yeah, dude. Perfect. That is funny as fuck. Like, that was like one of the most random fucking things ever, because I had never played the game before, so. Wait, Griffin, are you like 100 years old? How was meeting the Big H? He was a little gay, but you know. Alright, for the most part.
The Nazis have organized a special task force called the GGG. The GGG was established to help Hitler succeed.
Hell yeah, dude. Based? I don't know, you'll have to tell me. Alright, I'll just put it on this while I render. So, give me a second. I'll give you guys something to... Actually, we'll mix it up. I've done that one before. We'll put it on that one. That way you can appreciate the tan lines. Alright. Or actually, we'll do the Slav squat. That's good. Alright, give me a second. I'm going to render this real quick. And then... So, We'll name that GGG. Alright. Save. Eve on the Japanese toilet, something like that. Alright. That is done. I can close out of that. And then MP4 to MP3. Convert this real quick. And then it should be good to drop it in to the soundboard. Open, convert.
The Nazis have organized a special task force called the GGG. The GGG was established to help Hitler succeed.
Alright, so... that was like the most... dude, that shit was so fucking random, though. Like, I couldn't have made that up better myself, like... Alright, well, I'll put it right underneath the asshole named Griffin.
The Nazis have organized a special task force called the GGG. The GGG was established to help Hitler succeed.
Not enough booty? Is that enough for you? Guys, you want to see something awesome, though? Check this out. This is literally one of my greatest gaming moments ever, bro. I got the platinum trophy. No way, dude. The platinum trophy. Now my mommy won't think I'm a failure. Oh my god, there it is. With my awesome animated Spider-Man skin. Wow. So cool, dude. I love Spider-Man. This photo was not approved by Diddy. Yeah, it's not a young boy. You have the ugliest voice when you do that. Well, that's the point, Britt. It's supposed to sound like some fucking autistic retard. Like, oh, Spider-Man. I love Spider-Man. Just like I love pretty girls. It's too bad none will go out with me. The Switch 2, dude? That's right, man. Hell yeah. I hope they put Spider-Man on the Switch 2. My mom won't let me get a PS5. She says it's too violent. So I have to wait for the Switch 2 because she thinks that, you know, Nintendo consoles have kid-friendly games. But in reality, Nintendo actually has a much more relaxed policy when it comes to nudity and adult themes. Oh, damn, bruh. The fifth short's tight as hell. Hell yeah, dude. Aubrey Plaza found husband dead. Oh my god, no! Did she kill him? Usually it's the wife. Blast Radius with the 5. You should check out Election Meltdowns Go Metal. Alright, let me see what it is. And then Oski Woski with the 2. Now that I'm exposed, I'm proud to say that I'm a GGG. Exactly, bro.
The Nazis have organized a special task force called the GGG. The GGG was established to help Hitler succeed.
Bro, that shit was so fucking random. I don't know. That's great. It's like, you know, one of my other favorite quotes.
Some asshole named Griffin. He's a government agent of some kind.
I love when things work out like that.
I'm done with you. I'm done with you and your mother and your sister.
Here, I'll slow it down to that.
Done all of this. I'm sorry.
This bitch looks like the fucking chick from whatever that fucking trash game was I played last night. I can't remember the name. The fucking shitty Life is Strange-esque, like, type game. I don't know. Yeah, Dustborn. That's what it was. Are there any particular policies you're excited for? Yeah, closing the border. That's the biggest one. But hopefully lower taxes, too. Do you know how I knew she was crazy before she even said anything? Right here, dude. That's all I needed to see. See how the fucking tenants never fail, guys? No tattoos, no colored hair, no nose rings, and no obesity. It's just that easy. Right there would save you a lot of trouble if you just noticed that. Oh my god. Huge leaks, just like my asshole. Looks like you generation and 50, probably. These are humans? Not really, Imkey. They're not actually humans. They're subhuman. Just like Brit in this YouTube short. Dude, Griffinstein? I wish, man. Stop tempting me. I've already been getting the ads on Twitter to convert to Judaism, so, you know, maybe I'm going to get the call eventually. You know, Rabbi McSheckelstein is going to give me a call and be like, you made the cut, son. I'm sending your hat in the mail. Let's see. Majora Jeff with the 5? Alright, take a look.
Phil, we don't need good games, Spencer, looking like Homelander. Not
yeah.
Clapping as Astrobot wins after 3 hours of developers shaming layoffs, hearing Sony thank Nintendo on stage, and Xbox not having won in 10 years is the definition of a sore loser. Well, Xbox fell off. I actually think that Xbox is making the right decision by moving away from consoles. Consoles and oftentimes are loss leaders anyway, and I think that they should focus more on games publishing and more on creating a more long-term service. I actually think that Xbox is making the right decision
to give up on gaming and put out other people's games
for the next 20 years, but Sony might be making the right decision for the next 5 years. Phil, we don't need good games.
In his head, he's walking up there, exactly. One day, Phil. One day you can taste victory. But not any day soon. Dude, look at that fucking chick. Ew. Look at that disgusting thing. Like I said, it never fails, guys. The tattoos are just a dead giveaway of a low-class woman. Is Phil a toucan? I don't think so. I don't think he's Jewish. He might be. I have no idea. Can look it up. Let's see. Might be why he's allowed to fail so much. They view it as, you know, they got to help out the tribe. Sir Jewish. Let's see. I don't think so. I don't see anything that indicates that he is part of the tribe of Abraham. Yeah, that is true. He would be the CEO of Microsoft and not the Indian guy. That is true. But then again, he is on the board, so... And, you know... The CEO takes orders from the board. Is it concerning that the Trump administration will still continue to support and fund Israel? I don't really care about that, to be honest. That's like literally a drop in the bucket compared to how much money we waste on everything else. We've given Ukraine, I think, 4 times as much as Israel in the past few years, so... I don't know. Get rid of the bigger of the two problems first, and then we can go from there.
I can't afford this shit!
Apart from Zuckerberg, tech isn't usually a Jewish thing, but finance, well, I hate to break it to you, man, but who owns all those tech companies? It's the finance and Hollywood industries. So the largest shareholders of almost every single major tech company has someone at the top of, you know, that hierarchy with the last name of something ending in Steen, Mann, Berg, or, you know, take your pick. So usually they invest heavily into startups because it's worth the gamble that if it pops off, they have control over it going forward. So, yeah. That's why you see all these companies with just insane valuations, is because all the finance firms are competing to gain control over it as early as possible, even though the company doesn't even make money yet. So... C with the 2, watch Big Bungie is abortion. I won't want to see. I don't really want to watch political shit, to be honest, but... Alright, it's short, we can watch it.
As Roe v. Wade has just been overturned in the US, I thought now would be a good time to ask important questions regarding women's bodily autonomy and abortion. I personally believe that every woman has the right to her own bodily autonomy within reason. Republicans constantly state that women should not be allowed a decision regarding their own bodily autonomy, as the opinions of the child have not been taken into consideration. The fact of the matter is that if that child were placed into the wilderness, they would not survive. Moral question number 1. Does the mother have more or less rights over the child? What gives the mother more control over the child than the child has over the mother? This is an interesting question, and I believe the answer comes down to total net worth. Net worth is an easy way to determine whether someone is superior to someone else. If the child is a crypto millionaire and therefore has a greater net worth than the mother, sorry mommy, but you're giving birth to this baby, whether you want to or not. However, if the mother has a greater net worth than the child, then sorry kiddo, but you're getting spiked. Another argument made by Republicans and far-right extremists is that due to simple biology and the nature of DNA, then surely the mother only owns half of the child and therefore should only be able to abort its legs. This is an opinion born of a draconian, primeval mindset. The child's genetic makeup has no bearing upon...
Nah, this sounds Australian. This doesn't sound British to me. This sounds more Australian.
The power of the mind. You have no way of knowing whether that child identifies more with the mother or the father, and with no way of asking them, you must rely on the old adage of, if she can't say no, you're good to go. Abortion is a highly emotional subject, specifically when it comes to the morality.
Yeah, I detect Rama Rama in the voice. Well, FBI is not really Australian because he's never said the word cunt once.
The action. Moral question number 2. Does the human fetus have any rights? Some would argue that a fetus is not a person and therefore does not have any rights. However, the counter-argument would be that there are many animals that are not people that still have rights. So the question becomes, is the human fetus a cute animal or a disgusting animal? Taking a look at the babies of certain couples, we can determine that their babies are highly ugly and therefore not deserving of any kind of rights or respect. Moral question number 3.
Well, New Zealand and Australia are basically the same fucking thing. You know, they like to think differently, but you know. 2 islands in the same general vicinity, like, close enough.
Are there any situations in which aborting a child for any reason could be considered morally wrong? For instance, if the child was going to be black, would you be morally in the right for aborting them to save them from entering the hood? Another question could be, if the child was going to be born a were-hyena, would you be morally right for aborting them to prevent them from being eternally cursed? But both of these questions have no bearing on the original question of, is abortion wrong? The reasons for getting an abortion don't matter, only the action itself matters. The actual moral conundrum regarding these 2 questions relates heavily to the hotly debated question of, is it okay to rape a Nazi as a child? This question has been pondered by many famous philosophers, such as Ethan Klein and Billy Cosby, and they determined that the act of child rape is wrong. However, if given the opportunity, they would do it. Moral question number 4. When in the incubation period should a child be considered a living creature? With some people believing that a child is living at the point of inception, and others believing that a child is never classed as living even after it's born. The correct answer is that a child should not be considered living any time before they begin doing taxes, as until this point they contribute nothing to society. A parasite is defined as an organism that lives in or on an organism of another species, and benefits by deriving nutrients at the other's expense. And what do children do but take everything you have in fucking child support, which should be illegal, on top of paying alimony? Many conservative devil worship...
Yeah, isn't New Zealand where they filmed Lord of the Rings or whatever?
Christians would argue against abortion by saying if abortion doesn't result in the death of a living creature, then why in the hit 1995 action blockbuster Terminator did the titular character of the Terminator travel back in time to kill Sarah Connor, the mother of John Connor, to ensure that in the future, John Connor could not lead to the human resistance? To this I would say that the time travel in the Terminator series has been retroactively ruined by sequels created by greedy corporations looking for a cash grab. As set up in Genesis, time travel doesn't actually change the future, because Skynet will always happen, regardless of what anyone does in the past, and a resistance leader will always rise up. And it doesn't matter whether you ignore Genesis or not, it still got made, and it's still technically canon. So the question becomes, due to the emotional nature of the issue and the differences between the people who debate it, is there any middle ground on this subject? I believe I have found a solution that will keep everyone happy. In order to achieve this, we must first determine what everyone wants. The left simply want abortion, while I believe the right actually want those in favor of abortion to admit that abortion is morally wrong, as opposed to actually caring. In this pursuit, I have determined that the most logical conclusion would be to legalize abortion, but the mother should be given a hammer, and a kitten should be brought into the clinic. In order to receive the procedure, the mother should have to beat the kitten's head in with the hammer to ensure that they know killing is bad. The Republicans are happy because the mothers are traumatized, and the Democrats are happy because they can continue to sacrifice their children to the demon Moloch. This is a flawed solution, as like most world issues, technology is simply not advanced enough to ensure harmony. In a perfect world, the child would be instantly grown, birthed with no pain, and given to the mother so she could love it, before the doctor snatches it from her hands and smashes its head against the wall. But what do you think about the issue? Leave your opinion in the comments below, and if you want to see more content like this, subscribe.
Hold on, guys. The fucking stream dashboard just crashed. Give me a second. Oh my god. Dude, it really pisses me off that this is now all of a sudden a problem. Less chance of a woman killing an animal over them killing... Yeah, honestly. For real. All the cat moms out there like, oh my god, my fur baby. Alright, let's see.
Yes! Oh my god! Destruction!
decided to cease and desist.
They're saddened that Nintendo has chosen not to continue with that
A
legacy.
cease and desist order from Nintendo of America.
Why does Nintendo hate people playing Smash competitively? I mean, companies like Riot or Blizzard spend millions trying to create a competitive esports scene, but Nintendo seems to actively work against the competitive.
You can visit Hobbiton in New Zealand. That's that. Oh yeah, that's right. They do like the fucking Lord of the Rings sightseeing tour or whatever the fuck. That's kind of funny they kept the set though.
Smash scene. What gives? As I went down the rabbit hole trying to find the answer, I thought maybe Nintendo just doesn't like competitive games. Most of Nintendo's games are party or family games, so Nintendo just doesn't want anything to do with games that could have an esports scene. But then I found out that Nintendo themselves puts on tournaments for games like ARMS and Splatoon. Nothing fancy, but they are Nintendo-sponsored tournaments. Okay, maybe
they also put on tournaments for Pokemon every single year, but
Nintendo doesn't want people playing certain games like Smash competitively, possibly because competitive players make casual players feel intimidated, so a competitive scene will influence casual gamers to not purchase Smash. Well, that's not true either. The two most competitive of the Smash titles have performed better in sales than their less competitive counterparts. Smash Melee was the best-selling. The two most competitive of the Smash titles have.
What? Dog, the two most competitive have sold the best? Smash Ultimate is not that competitive. I mean, unless you're a fucking super sweat, but you know.
Have performed better in sales than their less competitive counterparts. Smash Melee was the best-selling game on the GameCube, and Smash Ultimate has sold almost 30 million copies, and it's the third most purchased game on the Switch, where Brawl and the others were lower down on the charts. Alright, so this just doesn't make sense. Nintendo supports some
Brawl was absolutely higher than Melee. I don't know what he's talking about.
Competitive scenes, and the Super Smash Bros. Brand has brought in billions of dollars, with certain Smash titles rising.
Like, right there. Hold on.
Nintendo supports some competitive scenes, and the Super Smash Bros. Brand has brought.
Look, Super Smash Bros. Brawl, 13 million. Super Smash Bros. Melee, 7.4. So Brawl sold almost double. I don't know where he's getting that narrative from, but alright.
Brought in billions of dollars, with certain Smash titles rising even higher in the charts if the game was more competitive. Why then does Nintendo not support and many times actively work against the competitive Smash scene? Well,
because it's full of pedophiles. There we go. Mystery solved.
Understand the rocky relationship, we need to go back to the beginning, when Smash was created over 20 years ago.
Dude, who's the guy? Like Sakurai? Like he's openly said that Smash Bros is a fun game meant for children and party environments. They have never wanted the game to be considered ultra competitive.
By Masahiro Sakurai. In 1996, Sakurai was asked to come up with a few game designs for the N64. One was an RC robot adventure, and the other was a fighting game that he called Dragon King. Sakurai ended up choosing the fighting game Dragon King because it would take less time to develop. But as the development of the game progressed, Sakurai realized that he wanted to make Dragon King a slightly different type of fighting game than what most people were accustomed to at the time. As fighting games became more combo-focused, the less room there was for strategy. If you didn't know the combos or you were new to the game, you'd likely end up just staring at the screen while you got beat up. Instead of inputs alone determining the outcome, I wondered if we could make a game for more interplay and improvisation. It almost seemed like Sakurai had designed Dragon King as an antithesis or opposite to normal fighting games.
When Smash Bros. Melee was released, it was intended to be a party game. Something your family could play together.
There you go! A party game, something your family could play together.
With the game design established and approvals in place, all Sakurai needed now was the roster. But Sakurai didn't want to throw players into a roster full of characters nobody had ever seen. Seeing characters you know is always more fun. So Sakurai persuaded Nintendo to let him borrow their most popular characters, and Dragon King was changed to Super Smash Bros. Smash 64 was released on January 21st, 1999, defying the odds and rising the charts. Nintendo, of course, was ecstatic, so Sakurai was given the green light to develop another iteration of Smash for the upcoming console, the GameCube. There's a problem though, it's 1999, and the GameCube was coming out in 2001, a year and a half from now. Somehow though, Sakurai does just that. Melee was a masterpiece, and Sakurai a god among men. The game was a hit the moment it was released, and word quickly spread on who was the best Smash player around. Gamers who loved Smash and rose from being the best in their neighborhood to something more. Why did they care? Why did players travel across the US and across the world to play Melee? It wasn't for the money, that's for sure. They did it because they loved Melee, and they had found—
and they were unemployed.
Wonderfully crazy people just like them who loved Melee too. The Smash community grew to a point where people all across the US were competing. Tournaments went from basement brawls to local events became established tournaments, and finally established tournaments caught the eye of Major League Gaming. They picked up the game, and Melee tournaments where thousands were being played around the United States. It felt like Melee was on top of the world of esports and would never stop growing. Surprisingly, up until 2008, Nintendo never really intervened in competitive Smash. Esports weren't a big thing at the time, so most game developers didn't really care about their competitive
That's because the child molestations probably hadn't begun yet.
Developers were usually too focused on creating the next game in line. However, unbeknownst to the competitive Smash community, Nintendo did care that people were playing Melee competitively. They cared a lot. We just didn't know it yet. When Brawl was released, the competitive community was thrilled. More characters, better graphics, an HDMI port, everyone was excited. But as the weeks passed, something just wasn't right. Sadly, the competitive Smash community became heavily segmented with the release of Brawl. Brawl replaced Melee in most competitive tournaments, but many of the pro Melee players disliked the gameplay Brawl and stuck with Melee.
So, dude, Zero Suit Samus and Super Smash Bros. Brawl had myself as a young man barking at the screen, bro. That shit was fire. How you could pause it and then zoom in and change the camera angle. Nice.
So slow, not what we expected at all.
We tried to make it fun, I guess, but
That was another moment as a child that I knew I wasn't gay. So, big ups to fucking Nintendo.
after a while, after a few months, it became clear that like the engine was just designed to
Who banned you? Nobody. You're typing right now.
really reward defensive play.
There's just like little room for like combos and like exciting match play, whereas it's more like just like who gets hit less.
So the broad competitive scene never really...
You mean it's a game, not a fucking wannabe competitive bullshit?
Saw the hype that Melee had in its glory days. Problems only worsened for Smash as Nintendo prohibited MLG from live streaming brawl matches, flatlining any potential growth for competitive Smash. It seemed that Nintendo was hellbent on killing the competitive scene. One by one, tournaments were canceled or blocked. The pivotal moment came with EVO 2013. EVO put out a poll for what games people would want to see in the competition. The Melee community came out with a vengeance, raising almost $95,000 to fight breast cancer and beating out the competition to steal a spot in EVO. It felt like Smash would make a resurgence, but 3 days before the tournament, Nintendo sent a cease and desist to EVO. But people all over the world jumped to the Smash community's defense, making the cease and desist the #1 story on Reddit. Only after a few hours and an insane amount of backlash.
Reddit moment, dude! Redditors are gonna save the day, guys!
Nintendo backed down and the tournament proceeded, but the damage was done. Competitive Smash and Nintendo's relationship hit rock bottom. The world knew Nintendo did not want people playing Smash competitively. Over the years, Nintendo would work on slowly rebuilding this relationship. With the launch of Smash for the Wii U, they invited top brawl players to play the game in a launch tournament.
The Ice Cube motherfucker
would work on slowly rebuilding this relationship. With the launch of Smash for the Wii U, they invited top brawl players.
Yeah, the guy, dude, I remember way back in the day before it was even known that he told a little girl to like fuck herself with an ice cube. I thought he looked like a pedo. And like I made the joke like, bro, this is the professional Smash player. Like you would not want him around your kids. And then it come to find out that he literally tried to get like some little girl to film herself fucking herself with an ice cube
to play the game in a launch tournament. They added a Forward Glory mode to Smash 4 that had similar rule sets to the competitive community. They even supported a few tournaments like Apex 2015. But it seemed that Nintendo was really starting to care for competitive Smash with the release of Ultimate. Talk about an almost perfect game. The gameplay is tight and not floaty like Brawl or Wii U. Every character is here, and what is even more incredible is that every character is viable. And patches were released almost monthly, nerfing or buffing characters, showing that Nintendo was actively paying attention to competitive tournaments. The game was reminiscent of Melee with its competitive nature, but this time, Nintendo actually cared. Or so we thought. So it's the end of 2019, and the Smash competitive scene is rising in popularity. The Smash tournament to rule all tournaments is announced, the Smash World Tour. The tournament bridged all of the grassroots tournaments into one to determine who really was the greatest Smash player. But of course, as 22 rolls around, the pandemic hits. All tournaments are moved online, and the Smash World Tour is moved to 2021. 2021 rolls around, and we were still dealing with the pandemic. So most of the Smash World Tour is played online, with the finals being played offline. Fun tournament to watch, but as most people know, Smash Online just doesn't cut it for legit gameplay, and many of the top players aren't in appearance. Finally, 2022 hits, and most of the pandemic restrictions are lifted, and tournaments are back in person. The Smash World Tour is in full swing with a 250,000 prize pool, but it gets even better. Another large tournament is announced, the Panda Cup. And to everyone's surprise, it's sponsored by Nintendo. 2 tournaments in 1 year, both with hundreds of thousands of dollars in winnings, and Nintendo is sponsoring one of them. Could it get any better? Competitive Smash, after 20 years of scraps, is getting its just reward. So 20 years of competitive Smash, and Nintendo finally supports the community seriously.
Do you know how long we've been asking for this?
Panda Cup, wow! Only to destroy it in one fell swoop.
He can't keep getting away with it!
Why does Nintendo go out of their way to destroy competitive Smash? I can't say for sure, but I think I can shine some light on what may be happening. There are a few reasons why Nintendo may be acting this way, but one in particular that I don't think most people have considered. I'll talk about that reason last. Number 1, competitive Smash isn't Nintendo's target market. Although Smash is a highly watched esport, the majority of people that purchase Smash play casually, not competitively. So as a company, Nintendo has no monetary incentive to support the competitive Smash scene, since Smash is sold as a party game and not a competitive game. Number 2, Sakurai didn't want Smash to be competitive. If you remember, he created Smash with the goal of the game to not be restrictive. Sakurai himself said he wanted everyone to be able to win, and competitive Smash goes against this philosophy. Number 3, supporting the competitive Smash community is bad for business. This is probably the most discussed reason in the community, because there's been some controversy. Many Smash players over the years have been known to say or do some controversial things. So Nintendo doesn't want to be associated with this type of behavior when they sell video games. Before I hit on the 4th and last main reason, I want to readdress that the anger towards Nintendo doesn't come from them being apathetic. They just didn't support the Smash community. That's their prerogative, and it makes sense using the arguments provided. However, Nintendo being outright aggressive towards the competitive community is what makes no sense. They have garnered an insane amount of negative PR over the years attacking competitive Smash. Way more negative PR than
Nintendo gets negative PR on a daily basis. When people cry that they can't fucking steal their games, they're like, oh, Nintendo. It's like, dude, Nintendo doesn't fucking care. They don't give a shit at this point. You're gonna fucking buy their shit anyway, dude.
they would have received supporting the community with some misbehavior. So why be outright hostile for so many years? Number 4, Nintendo is old. What you need to understand is that unlike most video game companies, Nintendo is an old company, as in started in the 1800s old. What is even more crazy is that the company has only had 6 CEOs, 4 of which span from 1889 to 2015. Basically 4 men have determined the focus and direction of Nintendo for over 100 years. That's unheard of.
All right,
so what does that
awesome.
mean? Well, Nintendo
Thanks,
is a
Digga.
company
All right.
with strong ties to Japanese tradition. This tradition has had many positive effects on the company, including a commitment to their roots. Nintendo understands their target market and the games they are building better than any other gaming company. They aren't blown from trend to trend, unlike many American game companies who seem to jump on any trend trying to ride the gravy train and make a quick buck. However, the greatest strength of Nintendo is also its greatest weakness. Nintendo does not budge from tradition to a fault. So when Melee was released and people treated it like a high-skill competitive game,
how is it to a fault, bro? Nintendo is the only company that still puts out consistently great shit. Regardless of what generation it's in, they do their own thing. They have their niche. They make great games in those niches, and everybody's happy, other than a bunch of sweaty no-lifes who want to make a career out of fucking playing video games.
Nintendo and Sakurai saw this as a flaw, a mistake. Because remember, Smash was made to be the anti-fighting game, not its equal. And they wanted to rectify this mistake with Brawl. Sakurai put it this way: I had created Smash Bros. To be my response to how hardcore exclusive the fighting game genre had become over the years. There are 3 Smash Bros. Games out now. But even if I
love Smash Bros. And I won't touch other fighting games. So, everybody who doesn't like fighting games still likes Smash. And I understand why they want to keep it that way. Because I'll straight up just skip Mortal Kombat because I know there's not any fucking world where I could ever be competitive in that game. I don't have enough time, nor do I care enough to dedicate, months, if not years of my life to getting good. I can buy Smash Bros. And do pretty well within 10 minutes of picking it up. So, yeah, it's like, I understand exactly why they don't want the mentality of having a bunch of fucking sweaty dorks, no-lifing the fucking game. And that being the image. Oski with the 5, Smash Bros. Is a party game. It's not meant to be taken seriously. Anyone who does is a bitch. I'm sorry, this is a party game. It's meant to be fun. The thing is like when I used to play with my friends, if you use the dodge mechanic, countering, or the bubble shield, then everybody had the right to like fucking punch you or some shit. Like everyone fucking hated when everyone would play that game like fucking sweaty. Like there's nothing worse than a sweaty Smash player. Like, when people would use the gay little bubble shield, or they'd use the fucking air dodge, or they would spam counter, like, literally, that was, like, the cue for that person to get fucking punched in the arm or some shit while you were playing. So, I don't know, man. I've never understood why people, like, take that shit so fucking seriously. I really don't get it. Personally, I don't really know why most people take games seriously. Like, unless you're some fucking, prodigy level talent, like, just have fun with it. But, everybody's got to make everything a fucking job instead of just going and getting one.
7 inches? That's pretty big.
Bro, with the 2, I hate when they turn off items with the flat. See, I don't care about turning off items, but I don't like the flat map. I like the, still the, I guess, tiered map.
All right, awesome. Thanks, Digga. All right.
It just depends. Oski with the 5, my friends would target you if you had more than 3 lives on your character, but everyone hated the bubble. If you used that, you were the target. Yeah, exactly. The bubble's annoying. I hated that thing. Everybody I knew hated it too. Majora Jeff with the 5. I don't get why people can see that Smash Bros. Is a party game. People get mad at me for putting items on. Yeah, they treat everything like a job except the one that they should have. It's really weird.
Had a chance at another one, I doubt we'll ever see one that's as geared toward hardcore gamers as Melee was. Melee fans who play deep into the game without any problems might have trouble understanding this, but Melee was just too difficult. As we can see, playing Brawl competitively was wrong in the eyes of Nintendo, so they sent cease and desist after cease and desist to keep people from watching what they deemed a mistake. Although it seems obvious to us that canceling these tournaments was just a terrible PR choice, to Nintendo, they're trying to make the right long-term choice of keeping Smash as a party game and not a competitive game. I do think Nintendo saw their mistake in attacking the competitive Smash community, and they have worked over the years to repair their relationship somewhat. However, their partnership with Panda Global and the cancellation of the Smash World World Tour shows they are still trying to control how Smash should be played. Nintendo partnered with Panda Global because they were a corporation like themselves. A corporation with leadership that needs to satisfy shareholders and quotas, where the Smash World Tour was being run by the grassroots competitive Smash community, people who don't fit the normal business criteria, and aren't going to be regulated by a higher governing body and will be harder to control. So partnering with Panda Global was not a bad idea. Choosing to partner with another corporation that you feel you can trust makes sense. However, partnering with Panda Global and canceling the Smash World Tour in the same year makes me believe that Nintendo saw an opportunity to take control over the Smash community. Sad to say, but I just don't believe Nintendo and the Smash community will ever get along. Nintendo is just too focused on people playing Smash the right way that they really miss out on the beauty of having people play Smash the wrong way.
That, and they don't want to be associated with the, you know, Ice Cube motherfuckers.
A lot of people want you.
We want to avoid a situation where it's only appreciated by the very small, passionate group of manic players. Well, that's the fucking pro Smash community in a nutshell.
Nintendo to acknowledge our existence. If they pump some money into our competitive scene, it would be fantastic. I feel like.
Yeah, pump the money.
I feel that way as well, but you know, in that same sense, we're kind of weird as a game. We took Smash, this party game, and we made it our own.
No, you didn't. You did not make it your own. How did you make it your own? You fucking played the game. That's not making it your own, you dumbass. You didn't make your own game. You fucking sat there and played the game like it was released. Oh my god. It's like the entitlement too, like if people, well, I played the game so I know what's better. Like, oh god. The gatekeeping. Well, I know hip boss ran fucking Elden Ring, so my opinion's more valid than yours. I didn't use summons once. You don't have a right to criticize From Software. Okay, Redditor. Do a sit-up. Either play along or be subtle about it. Yeah, I don't get it, bro. I don't get it. You can't give in to IMKey. If people don't realize that IMKey is just doing a little bit of trolling at this point, I don't know what to tell you. Like, come on, people. IMKey is obviously one of the biggest Nintendo fans here. He loves his Nintendo Switch. He has thousands of hours across the various different exclusive titles on the Nintendo Switch. He has an even bigger wall of virginity than I do. Like, he's bought every single collector's edition for every single Nintendo game that's released this generation. Like, it's incredible, bro. Griff is that first thumbnail. Less is... Dude, that's what I 100% agree with that. Gaming's biggest problem, diminishing returns. Exactly. The 7-year dev cycle does not produce better games. I'm glad somebody else understands. Here, we'll watch it real quick. Because I agree with that
For
title.
anyone who likes video games, imagining what the future might hold has always been part of the fun. Back in the 80s, 90s, and early 2000s,
I agree with the sentiment.
a lot of new releases felt like a revolution. Graphics, gameplay, the whole experience just kept evolving. It felt like gaming was reaching new heights, with ambitious ideas and endless possibilities pushing it forward. But have you ever felt that despite all the extra teraflops of processing power, modern games are becoming somewhat less impressive? But here's the thing.
They're not even... It's not even less impressive. It's just... There's less game.
At a certain point, adding more and more polygons just doesn't cut it anymore. You eventually start to get diminishing returns. Of course, graphics aren't just about polygons. Other factors like rendering, lighting, particle effects, and physics systems all play a role in creating a more impressive experience. But let's be real, games have always been about more than just how they look. Thankfully, creativity and innovation have found ways to shine in other areas.
Did you guys hear, look, speaking of Minecraft, did you guys hear that Notch is making a sequel to Minecraft, essentially? Which would be great. I hope that actually does happen, so I don't have to play or whatever the fuck you gonna call it, a Minecraft Microsoft Edition.
Rise of the internet brought online multiplayer and the ability to update games post-launch. Bigger storage and faster processors paved the way for massive open worlds and increasingly complex games. And as budgets grew, so did the push to make games feel more cinematic. But in recent years, with some notable exceptions, it feels like games have become bigger and more complex without necessarily becoming better.
Yeah, he should just spell it, like, I'll put it in the chat. He should just call it... He should just call it that, dude. That definitely would fly. Minecraft.
They're not always more enjoyable or even more impressive than the games that came before them. So what's going on? In this video, we'll break down a few key areas where these diminishing returns are most apparent and look at some examples that prove that sometimes less really is more. While more polygons lead to increasingly subtle improvements, the push for better graphics never stops, and visuals are the easiest way to sell us on new hardware. In recent years, two buzzwords dominated discussions about consoles and GPU upgrades: ray tracing and higher resolutions. During the previous console generation with the PS4 Pro and Xbox One X, 4K gaming was the big
I don't give a fuck about ray tracing.
promise. Now, with the PS5 and Xbox Series X, the focus has shifted to ray tracing and how it's supposed to revolutionize game visuals. But here's the catch. This obsession with graphical fidelity often leads to the same outcome: a noticeable drop in performance, with many games capped at 30 frames per second. If I had written this a few months ago, I would have guessed that most players, when given the option, preferred smoother gameplay over higher resolution or ray tracing. And it turns out that's actually the case. During the PS5 Pro review, Sony shared that roughly 3/4 of players opt for performance mode over graphical fidelity, and resolution might become
Creators freedom with the two, even if it is woke, you will play it. Minecraft. Well, Notch is like super based now, so I don't think it's gonna be woke, bro. The lefties fucking hate him, so I highly doubt he's gonna cater towards them.
a non-issue thanks to things like DLSS, FSR, and frame generation. But for ray tracing, for me, it's just not worth the trade-off in performance or price, and it often doesn't even look all that impressive in comparison, at least so far. And then there's the issue of optimization. Of course, demanding games have always existed, especially on PC. But back in the day, games like Doom 3, Half-Life 2, and Crysis pushed the boundaries so far that upgrading your hardware felt justified. By comparison, some of today's demanding games, like Immortals of Avium, Space Marine 2, or the Silent Hill 2 remake, might look good, but they don't exactly make you want to rush out and buy a new GPU or a PS5 Pro. They also run on Unreal Engine 5, which is another issue altogether. It's not just about graphics though. The way games are sold, updated, and monetized has also evolved, and not always for the better. What once seemed like a great idea, online updates and additional content for our favorite games, has become a breeding ground for questionable practices. With the ability to patch games post-launch, it's almost expected that games will launch unfinished. In many cases, it feels like if you buy a game on launch, you are essentially paying to be a beta.
Yeah, basically, especially with Xbox games, you know, you actually get the features you're supposed to get at launch like 6 months to a year later.
A tester, downloading day one patches and endless updates just to get a playable experience. And we've seen developers try to justify subpar launches with excuses like 30 frames per second is an artistic choice, only to release a 60 FPS mode a few months later. And then there's DLC. Once intended as meaningful expansions packed with hours of new content, DLCs today often feel like overpriced cosmetic items, or worse, parts of the game that were deliberately cut from the base version to be sold separately. Fighting games are a prime example. Imagine a game launching with 30 characters while another 20 are locked behind DLC packs. And publishers will often split these into small bundles to squeeze even more profit out of the fans. But the real low point comes in the form of loot boxes. It's gambling disguised as a game mechanic, preying on our desire for rare items and that addictive winner's rush. And let's not forget that many of these games are aimed at younger players, who are especially vulnerable to these predatory practices. The merging of gaming and gambling is a serious problem. It's so bad that governments worldwide, including the European Union, are stepping in to regulate or at least demand more transparency around
Yeah, I don't fucking care. Let's skip. Next.
Boxes. But the internet didn't just bring us online gaming and DLCs. It also brought us...
I don't fucking care about the gambling argument, bro. Like, that's so fucking stupid. Yeah, buying fucking Pokemon cards is gambling too.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Digital storefronts. On PC, these happened early on, and now it's the norm. But PCs are a different beast, with their mods, emulators, and let's face it, piracy. Plus, supporting thousands of hardware configurations is a challenge in itself. Consoles, on the other hand, are standardized. Millions of identical units, perfect for game preservation. Or at least they were until digital distribution took over. We're now seeing a clear push towards all digital consoles. Early in this generation, most systems still included disk drives, and the upcoming Switch 2 will likely continue to use its game cards. But recent releases like the PS5 Slim, PS5 Pro, and the all-digital Xbox Series X and S have either removed disk drives entirely or made them optional. All signs suggest that the PS6 and the next Xbox will continue this trend. This shift is a serious change to how we access games. It's killing off the used game market, which was a great way to get games on a budget. And it's not just about price. Relying on servers raises serious questions about game preservation. For instance, what happens when those servers go down? Publishers now have more control than ever, especially with games that require a constant connection. Even Steam now tells you that you're buying a license, not the game itself. With physical media fading away, preserving gaming history is becoming a real concern.
It always has been that way. People just don't want to accept it.
Are convenient, sure, but the trade-offs are huge. And so far, the industry has done little to address this or offer meaningful alternatives. Even game development used to be a different beast. Small teams, shorter timelines, a game could be made in just a few months or a couple of years. But now, projects involve hundreds of people, take half a decade of development, and come with skyrocketing production and marketing costs. With those kinds of financial stakes, companies need to see a big return just to break even. As a result, many studios have grown increasingly risk-averse. Games take so long to make that by the time they're released, they can feel outdated. Trends change, players move on, and the mechanics and art direction used at the start of the project might feel obsolete by the end. It's no wonder companies play it safe with sequels, remakes, and established franchises. There's a built-in audience, and the risk of failure is lower. But it also means we get fewer original ideas and less innovation. And then there's the design by committee approach, cramming in every feature imaginable: skill trees, RPG mechanics, loot boxes, vehicles, stealth systems, and more. But does all that added complexity actually makes games more fun? More often than not, the answer is a clear no. Instead, it leads to bloated, unfocused experiences. So let's put it together. Rising costs, longer development times, the pressure to squeeze every last dollar out of players. It's no wonder we're seeing less variety in games these days. Companies are playing it safe, sticking to familiar formulas instead of taking risks. The result is a flood of sequels, remakes, and remasters. Games that almost...
It's not even that, though, because it's like the sequels don't even... contain the same essence as the originals. It's like this bastardized, you know, super fucking sterilized version of it that's like, you know, more movie than game. Like Ratchet and Jank, perfect example. Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart is 50% cutscenes. I guarantee you the old games are not that. And the cutscenes are what cost the most money to make, which is what's crazy.
Losing their unique identity in the process. Originality and innovation seem to be risky moves in today's market. And it's not just about outright flops like Concord. Even underperforming games can result in a bad outcome for the studio. We've seen record layoffs in 2023 and 2024, and even a giant company like Ubisoft is rumored to be looking for a buyer. By now you might be thinking, that's it then, gaming is doomed, there is no going back, and they don't make games like they used to. But hold on, if you've been following this channel for a while, you know that's not how I end things. And if you're not subscribed yet, well, that's your cue to hit that button. There are still plenty of incredibly fun games being released, or receiving updates and new content. And there are success stories that shows us a different path forward. There's still room for creativity, innovation, and most importantly, fun. One of the best examples of modern gaming success, both in terms of units sold and brand recognition, is Nintendo. Nintendo realized with the Wii that it wasn't about raw power or fancy graphics. It was about nostalgia, consistent releases, creative risks, and most importantly, making games that are just plain fun. The Switch doubled down on this strategy, and now it's on track to be the best-selling console ever. Even without ray tracing, 4K graphics, or even some established games or franchises like GTA 5, Red Dead Redemption 2, Call of Duty, Madden, or Destiny. So what's their secret? Well, for starters, they aren't afraid to be different. A lot of people thought that the Wii's motion controls were a gimmick, but by the end of that generation, both the Xbox
They
and
literally were, though. They were a gimmick, and the software attach rate for the Wii was one of the lowest in the industry ever.
PlayStation had their own versions of it. And then...
Yep, and both of those flopped miserably.
What if instead of having a portable and a home console, they combined it on a hybrid system? And here it is, dominating the market. They trust their instincts, take risks, and consistently deliver. And then there's the polish. You don't...
Yeah, but the Wii U was a disaster. See, you just skipped the Wii U, though. The Wii U was a fucking disaster. So...
expect performance issues from Nintendo games. Even without the bells and whistles of high-performing CPUs and SSDs, they feel smooth, responsive, and packed with charm. They prioritize...
sometimes. Not really now. Right now, the Switch is definitely showing its age. So, generally speaking, yes.
Player experience above all else. Instead of chasing trends...
Like, Tears of the Kingdom ran like absolute fucking shit.
Are cramming in every possible feature, they focus on solid gameplay and fun. That is a perfect example of less is more. Nintendo proves you don't need hyper-realistic graphics or endless microtransactions to create something truly special and profitable. Sometimes, all you need is a great idea that is well executed. But Nintendo isn't alone. The indie scene is thriving, and there are also other gaming studios coming out with great games. Take From Software, for example. They consistently deliver complete, well-crafted games that push the boundaries of their game design. Even their DLCs get praised, proving that expansions can add real value to a game. Let's not forget Baldur's Gate 3, a masterpiece of RPG design from Larian Studios. Nope. There's also Hi-Fi Rush, a creative and different game that sadly suffered from all the mismanagement going around Xbox. And even Space Marine 2, despite its performance issues, feels like a great throwback to the good old days of Gears of War. Now, indie developers don't have to answer shareholders or marketing teams. They're driven to create something unique and meaningful to stand out. And indie games are the ultimate example of less is more. From the Indie Game of the Year card game made by a single person, to gems like Factorio, Animal Well, Broforce, Cuphead, and Sea of Stars, the list goes on and on. These games prove that smaller budgets and leaner teams can still create great experiences. They focus on innovative mechanics, engaging stories, and unique art styles. Even Sony had a moment of clarity this year, releasing a game that perfectly captured the charm of PlayStation's 90s and early 2000s era. With Astrobot, they earned the well-deserved Game of the Year award. It was one of the most enjoyable games I've played in years, and I hope it proves to PlayStation that not every exclusive needs to be a third-person story-driven game. Sometimes a focused, charming platformer is all it takes. So what can we learn from Nintendo and independent games? Sometimes less truly is more. When AAA games are bloated with features, riddled with microtransactions, and driven by risk aversion instead of innovation, it's refreshing to see developers who prioritize creativity, player experience, and above all, fun. Maybe it's time for the big studios to take a step back, to remember why they got into this industry in the first place, to focus on making games that are not just bigger and flashier, but truly better. Games that respect our time, give us the right amount of challenge, and tell great stories. Because in the end...
Hold on. No, you're not gonna say games that respect our time and show fucking Journey. Hell nah. No. That's where I draw the line, okay? Dude, this game is so fucking bad. This is literally a fucking press forward on your fucking thumbstick and walk for an hour straight. There is nothing in this shit at all.
That's what truly matters. This brings us to an important question. What will drive studios to take a different path? The answer lies in our behavior as players and consumers. Stop pre-ordering games. Support indie developers. Reward studios that take risks and try new things. We can't let games like Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown flop and then complain that Ubisoft doesn't try new things. We need to vote with our wallets. Most importantly, stop supporting games that disrespect your time and treat you like a walking ATM. And maybe for today's kids and teenagers, this is the golden age of gaming. One day they'll look back on the time they spent on Valorant, Fall Guys, and Fortnite with the same fondness we have for the games of our time. But for those of us who've been around for a while, it's hard to shake the feeling that something's missing. Games used to feel more complete somehow. They weren't always pushing DLC and microtransactions, and they often took more creative risks. Despite all the technological leaps, the returns aren't what they're cracked up to be. This doesn't mean gaming is dying, far from it, but it might be time for a shift in perspective. Maybe it's time to take inspiration from Nintendo, from indie developers, from those amazing AA games that prove less can truly be more. Great games don't need to squeeze every penny out of players to be profitable. When AAA games become so bloated and expensive that any misstep could bankrupt a studio, something is wrong. With ever-growing backlogs and data showing that we spend more time playing older games, maybe it's time to prioritize creativity and innovation over highly demanding graphics, huge open worlds, and massive budgets. Perhaps the future lies with indies, with well-executed live service games, with Nintendo's unique approach, and studios like Larian and From Software. Or maybe we'll see a resurgence of those creativity, risk-taking AA projects. Whatever the future holds, I'm pretty sure that one way or another, we're going to have great games to play.
Mario is so fucking disgusting. Why is that? Because he's got that old crusty clit tickler? I don't know. Why is he disgusting? Ryan Miller with the 5. Hey, Griffin Watch. Alright, let me see what it is. And then Majora for the 2. Let me see.
Let's say you just finished.
Alright. Let's see. Alright, we can watch this one.
A number of the commenters to your piece, and I discussed it on my radio program as well, it's a great conversation starter, but a lot of them said they were bummed out in agreeing with you. Here's a comment. I'll put it on the screen. I'll read it aloud. This is from the New York Times. Character, honesty, decency, intelligence, democracy, none of these seem to matter in our country when electing a president. I think
someone who sees a problem. Yeah, dude, that's the thing is nobody ever like actually gives a solution. The thing is, and the thing, I kind of wish I could organize it, but I don't have the time nor care. But what needs to happen is a bunch of the anti-woke, like, gaming YouTubers, or at least just people who have actual fucking taste, you know, need to get together and put some money together and find, like, some people who are actually working on some fucking projects. Everybody, you know, puts some money in, puts some skin in the game, promotes it on their channel, promotes it in their videos, promotes it on their live streams, and you just need to start getting the ball rolling on actually, like, putting out some games that, you know, are actually good again. Like, even if it's just indie games at first. The important thing is there needs to be, like, a coordinated effort to push the game in order to make it, like, somewhat more mainstream than it would be organically. And that's the only real way that it's ever going to fucking change. That's just the simple like, you have to take over the industry, essentially. You'll never get these fucking lefties to, you know, have a change of heart. It's not going to happen. They need to fucking crash and burn. So an alternative needs to arrive. Basically a counter games industry. But who knows, man. Let's see. Oscar the 5. Here's some free money for you, Griffin. Also mute I'm key. All right. Can do.
I think that pretty much says it all. You would say what to that person?
I'd say, well, first of all, I totally agree with that person. It's very depressing. But if you're doing political strategy, you know, if you have an airplane crash, you got to go back and find out what went wrong. You don't say, well, let's just forget about it and move on. No, it was the flap set in the right setting. Or,
dog, what the fuck is his background? Just like, yeah, I drink.
You know, was there something that the pilot didn't pay attention to? I don't know, but it is sort of depressing. But, you know, Michael...
That shirt is hideous.
The simple basic rule of politics is voters want an election about them. They don't...
Claus Mr. the 50, I don't care about microtransactions. Let retards with low self-control to have monetary issues. It's W for me. Yeah, I don't really give a shit either. So, what I just want is actual good single-player games again. Not these shitty fucking pseudo-movie games. Or, you know, games that forget that they're actually, you know, video games. I can't afford this shit! Imagine that. Gameplay-driven experiences, like the people who complain about Rebirth, Claus, who say that, you know, it has too many mini-games or whatever, even though mini-games are literally gameplay. But anyway.
They don't want an election about you or your opponent. And for too much, we lost that. I lost it myself. We made it about Trump, and we didn't make it about voters. And that's it's never a good idea. And how could I, at 80 years old, been doing this for 50 years, lapse into that level of stupidity? You know, I got to ask myself.
Because you got TDS, bro.
And but I think we did. And let's learn from this. It's a disaster. I agree. It's depressing, but to have an event like this and not learn from it, I think is the biggest mistake we can make.
Boy, we gotta talk about the Democrat Party, who is currently in shambles. Okay, this party is imploding before our very eyes. Okay, and they have to get it together before the midterms, or else there's a good chance that their party will be irrelevant for the next decade. Okay, at least that's what I'm hoping. Right, I'm really hoping that we do not have any major Democrat leadership.
You have wishful thinking, bud. They're going to be irrelevant for the next decade. No, I hate to say so. As much as I wish it was the case, no. The likelihood of the Republicans winning another election after Trump is very fucking slim. And that's just the realistic outlook.
Congress or the White House for the next decade plus. Okay, who knows? I mean, maybe for the rest of this country's history.
I think we're going to get to a point where the Democrat primary is the real presidential election.
I'm just saying, my point is that Democrats are currently trying to recoup, okay? And a part of the recouping process is figuring out why did they lose? How in the world did they lose to a person that they claim is a 30-plus time convicted felon, adjudicated rapist, and insurrectionist? How did the Democrats lose to that? Well, I think one of the main reasons why they lost is because of the fact that they have lost trust with the American people, okay? Just like the mainstream media, which is an arm of the Democrat Party, they have gaslit the American people so much that nobody trusts the Democrats. Nobody believes the Democrats, okay? It doesn't matter what topic we're talking about, what issue we're talking about. Democrats just lie if it doesn't fit the narrative that they want people to believe. Like, for example, when it comes to crime. They keep talking about how crime is down, but yet in almost all of these major liberal cities, these Democrat-run cities, the people there saying, no, we feel like crime is up. Crime is the worst that it's been since
All right,
the 90s.
awesome.
That's
Thanks,
the deal,
nigga. All right.
Okay? They claim that the border was closed. Nothing to worry about, except the border was wide open. Okay? They claim that illegal immigrants are committing crimes. Right? Exactly. The American people are criminals. Right? This is what they claim. Except every time we look, we always are talking about some major news story of a illegal immigrant committing some type of heinous act of violence against an American citizen. Okay? They told us that the economy was great. The inflation was transitory. Don't worry, it'll go away. Right? Except it didn't go away. So in a nutshell, they basically lied about everything. All the major issues, they've lied to the American people. And lo and behold, although Democrats are claiming that...
Majority Jeff with the 5. Why do people complain about microtransactions? Anyways, can't you just not buy them? Yeah, the only reason I think it's a valid complaint is if it's actually like, pay to win shit in a competitive game. That I understand, but like skins and stuff, like who cares? Just play the game and don't use skins.
They are trying to figure out why they lost. For whatever reason, they have not come to grips with the reality that maybe a part of the reason why they lost is because people know that they are liars, okay? And the reason why I say this is because one of the people who's supposed to be leading the Democrats, Chuck Schumer, is still lying, right? Like, for example, Democrats and mainstream liberal media lied about Biden's mental deterioration. And Kristen Welker is going to confront Chuck Schumer on whether or not he lied about Biden's mental decline, because Democrats said, no, that is a right-wing conspiracy theory, okay? And mainstream media went along with it. But despite being confronted with his own words, Chuck Schumer here is essentially going to gaslight the American people once again on whether or not Democrats were truthful about Biden's mental decline.
Obviously,
it will make a difference.
Obviously, there has been a lot of focus on President Biden's role in this. You were obviously in close contact with President Biden well before the public tuned into that debate that ultimately led to him stepping down. I want to play you a little bit of something you said last year. Take a look.
I talk to President Biden, regularly, sometimes several times in a week, or usually several times in a week. His mental acuity is great. It's fine. It's as good as it's been over the years. All this right-wing propaganda that his mental acuity has declined is wrong.
Leader Schumer, what do you say to Americans who feel as though you and other top Democrats misled them about President Biden's mental acuity?
Look, we didn't. And let's look at President Biden. He's had an amazing record. The legislation we passed, one of the most significant groups of legislation since Lyndon Johnson's Great Society, putting in 235 judges, a record. And he's a patriot. He's a great guy. And when he stepped down, he
all
did
right,
it on
awesome.
his own,
Thanks,
because
nigga.
he
All
thought it
right.
was better, not only for the Democratic Party, for America. We should all salute him. We should all salute him.
Do you feel, as we have this conversation today, that President Biden could serve another 4 years had he stayed in the race and potentially won?
Well, I'm not going to speculate. As I said, I think his record is a stellar one, and he'll go down in history as a really outstanding president.
Wow.
Yeah, he's going to go down as a great president. If anybody can remember, like, he can't remember that he is the actual president. But, yeah. Arbiter with the 5. Griffin, please upload more reviews. I rewatched your MW3 campaign review recently. It still has me dying, bro. 2025 needs more base Griffin. Well, once more games come out, I'll do more reviews. Like Avowed, I'll probably review. South of Shit Night, I'll probably review. I'm trying to think what else. Maybe I'll do Monster Hunter, but I feel like that's pretty self-explanatory. I don't know. We'll have to see what comes out, but yeah, I plan on doing more. I need to make like some slop videos in the meantime, though. Trying to think. I was going to make a second one on that intergalactic game, but I decided not to. Griffin, do slop side videos? Like, yeah, I mean, you could just do like news slop. But the problem is there's been like nothing happen. Because like I had these past 2 weeks off, so I was like, oh yeah, maybe I'll make some videos. And there's like nothing happening because, you know, everybody's off for Christmas and stuff. So hopefully some, you know, interesting things actually occur. Let's see. Zong Zeno with a 5. What basis do you have for the claim that the Republicans would have a hard time winning and that the Democrats have support for a one-party state? Well, we basically already have a one-party state. But that's very easy. Look at how much Trump won by, and look at how slim the margin is in the House and Senate. Trump had more split-ticket voters than any Republican president that won the popular vote ever. Even the popular vote among all parties. He had the smallest House of Representatives win of any president that won the popular vote, which means Trump is an anomaly. People aren't voting Republican, they're voting for Trump. Trump is not a Republican. He's an old school Democrat, meaning that the second an actual Republican, or what masquerades as a Republican, goes up next time, that split ticket effect is not going to happen. So that's the issue. Trump appeals to Democrats. Typical Republicans are not going to have that same effect. And that's just a realistic outlook. Otherwise, Trump would have won the House of Representatives in a landslide, just like he won the presidential election. The problem is how many split-ticket voters there are, which does not bode well for the overall Republican Party. Even states where he won, like Arizona, by 6%, the senator lost. Or states where he won, like Wisconsin, for example, the senator lost. So the number of split-ticket voters is the issue you need to look at, because they're not voting Republican, they're voting for Trump. So this JD Vance, it depends on who he runs against. And it depends on what he does over the next 4 years to win people over.
Wow. This is why the Democrats are losing. And hey, listen, I'm happy that Chuck Schumer is deciding to double and triple down on the exact reason, in my opinion, or one of the main reasons why the Democrats lost is because of this type of gaslighting. Democrats just refuse to admit that, hey, our shit stinks, okay? We lied, we made a mistake, and we're going to get better. Democrats would benefit greatly if they just were honest, right? If they just took a step back and just decided to be truthful with the American people, okay? Is raining. The sky is blue and they'll say, no, it's green, right? And if you believe anything else outside of what we tell you, then you are a right-wing conspiracy theorist, right? You're pushing right-wing propaganda. These people are clearly not in touch with reality. They're not. At least not when it comes to the fact that this right here is not going to cut it. Kristen Welker actually did her job as a journalist and played what this individual said, what Chuck Schumer said about Biden's mental condition, in which he basically claimed that, hey, it was right-wing propaganda to say that Biden is mentally declining. Only for Joe Biden to drop out of the race just a few months later after showing the world that he's clearly mentally declining on the CNN debate stage in the weeks following. Also, mainstream media came out and admitted that, yeah, the White House knew for the last 4 years, from the first day Biden got into office, that, hey, Biden's head is not on straight, right? The elevator is not going all the way to the top floor here, okay? They admitted that. And this dude is still lying. I mean, listen, he could have said anything that could have been better than this. He could have said, well, you know what, we got it wrong, right? We didn't recognize it at the time, you know, and unfortunately, you know, this is where we're at. Now, I understand that means you got to throw Biden on the bus, but I mean, they've already thrown Biden on the bus and thrown him away like a used condom. They've already done that. You might as well come out here and tell the truth. Tell the truth. And then this man talking about Biden's going to go down as an outstanding president. Another lie. Biden's going to go down as one of the worst presidents in American history. Certainly the worst president of the 21st century. I can't imagine a future president being worse than Biden, right? I can't imagine it. At least I'm hoping that we don't get a future president worse than Joe Biden. But again, it's this type of gaslighting, these lies that Democrats constantly spew, that I think is part of the reason why they lost and why they've lost trust with the American people.
Before I let you go,
JD Vance would beat Newsom, but a Shapiro is when the election gets tough. I don't think they're... I really don't know, honestly. Gavin Newsom, if they, put him up there in the right light and have the right, propaganda machine behind him, could actually be pretty popular. He's got the look, he's tall, he's well-spoken, and people have non-existent attention spans and memories, so that's the thing.
Leader Schumer, in 2 weeks, you will be the highest-ranking Democrat serving in Washington. Do you believe you will be the leader of the Democratic Party?
Look, I think we have a lot of great leaders in our party. We have a great bench of people coming up, and I'm really optimistic about the future of the Democratic Party in the future. As I said, there are certain adjustments we have to make. We're going to do those, and I think people are going to realize that the Democratic Party is the party of working families, of working people. We're doing more for them.
Bro, this is the thing. If the Democrats drop the fucking LGBT shit, they'll never lose another election. I strongly believe that. Like, if they stop embracing this gay shit and trans shit and all that, I don't think they'd ever lose another presidential election, personally. Because the number of people who are moved by that type of shit, especially women, is pretty fucking high. Especially the Latino voters, too. So, if they would drop that, I think they wouldn't have any problem. But will they is the question. If they're smart, they will.
We're going to show them that some of these Republican things, like tax cuts for the very wealthy individuals, which were, they did it in 2017 and they lost the election in 2018. They haven't learned, but we're going to hold their feet to the fire when they do things that hurt working people. We're going to stand with the working families of America, and that's going to bode very well for us.
All right.
Wow. Show me the evidence that Trump's tax cuts for the rich, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, actually hurt the American people. I don't think there's any evidence of that. Okay. Also, on top of that, the tax cuts weren't just for the rich. Okay. In fact, Democrats have to decide whether or not they want to get on board with extending Trump's tax cuts, which were for the middle class. Okay, as well too. Everybody got a tax cut across the board. Again, they just lie. Right. That's all they got is lies. And I hate the fact that the mainstream media never corrects them on their propaganda, their talking points. The whole tax cuts for the rich thing should have been something that was debunked by the mainstream media a long time ago. But the media just allows them to just spew their false and incorrect talking points, characterizing that bill as a bad thing for the American people when it was objectively a good thing. Trump's economy was bumping going into the pandemic. 2020 was going to be an amazing year for the economy. Everything was going great. Okay. So, listen, here's the thing. If this is how Democrat leadership is going to continue to handle these types of questions where they just lie to the American people, they pretend like they didn't say stuff that they did say, or they pretend that the reality that everybody is experiencing is not real, if they want to continue to do that, fine, right? Double and triple down on that. But I'm telling you, this type of stuff right here, the American people are not tolerating this anymore because it's just downright offensive. I mean, I was offended by the fact that Chuck Schumer just continued to lie, double down on the lies, even after confronted with his own words. And knowing the reality of what has happened to Joe Biden,
Why are you offended? It's Chuck Schumer. Lying is his only fucking state.
Information has come out about Joe Biden, his mental decline, and you want to die on this hill that, oh no, he's not really mentally declining, that the Democrats didn't lie, they didn't gaslight on that? Yeah, again, this is the current state of the Democrat Party. They're in shambles, right? If this is their leadership, this is how they're going to lead, they are in shambles. So, let me know what you guys think. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. Most importantly, share a Black Conservative perspective. Peace.
I don't think they're in shambles. I think the Republican Party has and always will be weak. Trump will increase the poor and middle class taxes by 68%. That's right, dude. Literally their entire paycheck will go to taxes. That's just, these fucking reporters, I don't even think they believe a fucking word of what they put out half the time, honestly. They're just literally just paid ops.
Tears of the Kingdom. You had a wonderful time, and you wanted more. You wanted more Zelda. So you go to the Nintendo eShop and buy and play every single Zelda game you see. You even play Hyrule Warriors. I feel sorry for you. But once you go through every Zelda game, you realize something terrible. Almost the entire series isn't even on the eShop. You worry intensely for many hours, but then you remember that you're one of the 3 people who bought a Wii U. You go on eBay and search up Twilight Princess HD for Wii U, and then despair fills your body as you realize that there is no way in hell you're going to be able to afford that. This leaves you with 2 options. 1, you could go get a job and spend half your money, or 2, you can rob a bank. Give me the money, I need to buy Nintendo games. Give me the money. Give me the money. Where's it at? Where's it at? I don't understand what I did wrong. I just needed some money to buy Nintendo games. That's all I needed. I just need to buy Twilight Princess. Come on. Obviously, neither option is preferable. I mean, I can tell you from working in fast food that it isn't a fun experience. But there is one more option, and that option is pirate. People think of emulation, they usually think of downloading ROMs online, which is actually a pretty fair assumption. Even though I prefer to buy games, it's usually because I have a love for collecting and displaying things on my shelf. It's not because I love the law. What do you mean I can't steal other people's cars? Says who, huh? Says who? What do you mean I can't drive in the sidewalk? Says who, huh? Says who? There's nothing wrong with driving on the sidewalk. What's wrong with shooting people? Like what's the big deal? I don't see what the problem is. Leading evidence? I don't see the problem. I'm leaving. Even though I only play games that I actually own.
Yeah, the Republican Party does suck, dude. Like, that's why I will never say I am a Republican. I definitely align with, in theory, what the Republican Party stands for more than the Democrats, but it's like, They don't actually fucking put their money where their mouth is. Every time they get in power, they fucking sit there with their thumbs up their ass, pretending, oh, we can't do anything. Oh no, I can't get one thing out of 1,000 that I want, so I can't vote for this. It's all or nothing. And it's just so fucking annoying. I hate the Republican Party. They are the biggest groups of fucking dipshits to ever exist. Like, oh yeah, I can't get one thing out of 1,000 that I want. So fuck the other 999 things that I want. I can't get this one thing, so I'm not voting for this bill. It's like, they're so fucking stupid. They really are, bro.
It's perfectly understandable why someone wouldn't want to pay up obscene amounts of money to play games that are decades old at this point, and that aren't even officially sold on the Nintendo eShop. Let's say you're a sucker like me, and you do pay obscene amounts of money to play older games through emulation. Then does that make it okay through Nintendo's eyes? Apparently not. A couple of days ago, Nintendo decided to DMCA take down the Wii and GameCube emulator from Steam, the Dolphin emulator. While it's still up on GitHub, it does send a very angry message from Nintendo about how they feel about Dolphin and emulation as a whole. It's strange because according to the Dolphin emulator developers, none of the assets from the emulator use any of Nintendo's assets, nor do they encourage piracy of any sort. This is a post-editor's note, so apparently the Dolphin emulator does use some of Nintendo's proprietary software keys, which would legally justify Nintendo's action.
You're saying this while the Democrat Party exists. Yeah, and you know what happens whenever something goes up for a vote by the Democrat Party? There's not a single fucker that doesn't step into line. Every single Democrat votes down party lines without fucking fail. They step into fucking line and get that shit passed. The Republicans will sit there and drag their fucking knuckles like a bunch of retards. And go, I don't want to.
And taking down Dolphin from Steam. Mudaha made a great video explaining how this works and why this happened, and I'll link it in the description below. But it does make you wonder why it took so long to do anything to Dolphin, because these keys have been around for a long time. So, you know, why does it have to be now that they took it down? And I'll touch on that later. Nintendo also decided to DMCA Takedown Lockpick, a service that would allow you to extract your own keys from your own legitimate Switch, so that when you put them in your emulator, the emulator could verify that you were using legitimate copies instead of pirated versions. So with all these efforts from developers to create helpful tools to be able to emulate games legitimately instead of through piracy, why is Nintendo so hellbent on taking as much down as possible anyway? And I don't really think it has that much to do with piracy. Yeah, call me crazy, as Nintendo is always blaming these things on piracy. But let me explain why. Let's say you buy a copy of Super Mario 64 as I did, and you dump the ROM using a Retro Blaster. Nintendo doesn't get any money from that. The eBay seller gets the money, and the person selling the Retro Blaster. Now let's say you download it off the internet. Nintendo also doesn't get any money from that either. One of these ways is legal, and the other one gets you a virus. You mean to tell me I couldn't install Shrek Extra Large for free? My point is, whether you buy these games legally or pirate them, as long as you're emulating them, Nintendo isn't making any money. But ever since the Sony versus Kinectix case, Nintendo has no legal precedent to take down emulators. So why are they doing this? While many have their own theories, I think it stems down to one major thing: the Nintendo Switch Online service. As you know, Nintendo has their own emulation service that you get by paying stupid amounts of money each year. $80? This service has a ton of problems in my opinion, but a few of the big ones are this.
$80.
One, you don't own the games. It's tied to a subscription.
Nintendo Switch Online is $80 a year? In what world?
Subscription model. If you ever cancel a service, you lose access to these games forever until you resubscribe. 2, the emulation is usually pretty terrible and does not accurately represent what it was like playing on the original hardware. I'll leave a link in the description.
I have the Nintendo Switch Online shit. It's like $20 a year.
But someone going way more in depth about this than I am. There has been some fixes to the hardware recently, but it's still not as good as fan-made emulation. 3, the game selection is terrible. Games such as Metroid Zero Mission are still not available on the service, even though it's an IP owned by Nintendo. They have no real excuse to not have it there. Emulating the games from fan-made emulators provides a much more polished and modern experience that makes Nintendo's official emulators look like a joke in comparison. Features such as enhanced resolutions and frame rate hacks make some older titles feel like a full-blown official remaster. It would also explain why Nintendo just now removed Dolphin from Steam. If Dolphin went on Steam, a wider audience would have access to it and realize how terrible Nintendo's official ways of playing Wii and GameCube games are. Personally, I'd much rather spend $50 on Super Mario Sunshine and emulate it than pay $60 for a terrible port of the game to Switch. But luckily for me, I did both. Piracy and emulation wouldn't really be a problem for Nintendo if a large selection of older titles were readily available on the eShop with the tweaks you would expect it to have in the modern age. I mean, do you ever really hear about someone talking about wanting to pirate a Microsoft game? Why pirate anything from Microsoft?
Yeah, nah.
If I got everything I need right here. Don't for the most part, because they have an excellent backwards compatibility system, as well as an option to readily buy games and play them on modern hardware. They actively support titles that are older, with remasters and sometimes even content updates. If only they could do that with their newer titles, or release any good games at all. It's been over a year in Halo Infinite.
Facts.
It doesn't have an infection. Nintendo simply doesn't care about piracy. They just want to be able to control when and how you play their games in every single way possible. They want to set the standard so that when they do release a crappy port of an older title, people happily pay $60 because there's simply no other option to play them. They want to make people so desperate that they'll pay and do anything to play these older titles. And that's really depressing because some of the most fun I've had gaming these last few months has been emulating older titles that I simply missed as a kid. Not only that, I've had so much fun hunting for good deals on retro games and increasing my collection slowly. Emulation is one of gaming's most important tools because it can give younger audiences a way to take a look at where gaming came from, as well as observe how much has changed and how much has stayed exactly the same. It is also a great way to preserve video game history, as we see many publishers, especially Nintendo, not caring about preserving this history at all. It is ultimately a gateway for you to have endless amounts of fun, and I sincerely hope that people creating these wonderful tools combat Nintendo and their unjust and cruel ways of attempting to shut them down. Well, at the end of the day, even if Nintendo takes down every emulator, it's not like they can stop me from jailbreaking my very own consoles and playing whatever I want on there. Oh.
The Tears of the Kingdom has a terrible story. Yeah, same with Breath of the Wild. But Breath of the Wild is an overrated game anyway. Hold on, I'm gonna go look how bad the snow is outside. Give me a second. Holy shit. Damn, bro. We got like at least 6 inches out there. Maybe even 7.
7 inches? That's pretty big.
Wowie zowie. I definitely won't be going anywhere today. Pull it out and measure, but it'll be cold, so I won't be able to get the full length. All right, I may go ahead and hop off, guys. I may go ahead and clear off my car because it looks like the snow has stopped falling as hard for me. So before I get an hour or two of sleep, because I have to do this stupid fucking shitty workday grind again, I might as well go clear off my car. But anyway, guys, have a wonderful Monday. Last call for an end stream. So that's right, guys. We can hit the tips call if somebody wants to donate $1 million right now. But yeah, have a great Monday, everybody. Enjoy your start to the week, I guess. And I'll talk to everybody later. And remember, January 6th is the darkest day in United States history since 9/11. So keep that in mind as you go throughout the day.
The Nazis have organized a special task force called the GGG. The GGG was established to help Hitler succeed. Some asshole named Griffin. He's a government agent of some kind.